my god, another one.
Another one.
Oh my god, another one.
Another one.
Hello guys, can you hear me? Sound check, sound check. Yo, 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 what up, what up? Hello everyone, how are we doing today? Echo? Do I have echo or is my sound okay? Haircut? Yeah, I'd had to trim my hair and beard a little bit. I look like a bushman. It got quite short actually, but it grows fast. Thank you for noticing. This is the ugly creature in the bottom left. Come on, man. Fresh haircut for Liz. Indeed,
Oh
indeed.
God. Another one. Another one.
Bhutan, thank you so much for the subscription. 7 months, man. It's been that long. Turn off Twitch. What? What do you mean turn off Twitch? What happened to Fusion Fridays? Is that the new nation haircut and facial hair? You will see, you will see. So, make Samux MMO great again. We are trying our best. And, you know, we're getting close to our big milestone. So, getting exciting, very exciting. All kind of feelings and emotions is flowing through the veins. So, so we got a few things that I wanted to update you guys with. Can remove Clade XP from Haven. So we have done quite a few tweaks on Haven. Clade XP is one of them. We have reduced them quite a bit, because yes, we don't want it to be too fast in that area to be effective. So there's a tweak on that. So the team has been killing it as usual, you know, stepping up the game to the stepping over to 1.0 version, you know, the release build, which is quite exciting, and that is the build we are testing now. So a lot of wildlife animals have been distributed throughout the world in different areas, and quite a bit of humanoids, different types of bandits and all kind of stuff spread out around cities as well. So there's several options in different areas, you know, on top of what we have on beta build right now. Another wipe to test release build. No, we don't need that. So this is the build that we're stepping out to, is like we have on the roadmap. We are, you know, the system are in place, polish, and more of that, pretty much. With bears to be right on release, also move us like a no. We only have horses for release, and later on over time we're gonna add lycators, beasts, and, you know, go over the long list of suitable animals that can be mountable as well. So this is, you know, the beginning of the world, persistent in normal rates and all that, and then you can
Oh my God,
expect to see coming updates with more features and such over time as well, with additional new roadmaps. So another exciting thing, it looks like my guys managed to identify, you know, when we've been doing these large fights with several hundreds of players, when people are starting to warp, you know what I'm talking about if you have seen those big battles that we have done. It looks like my guys have identified the reason for that and have solved that. So including even more optimization on characters, we can now crush those old numbers by far and have smooth movements, hopefully. So that's exciting. So, you know, we can have an insane amount of battlefields now. A really solid performance. So yeah, a lot of good stuff, polish, and obviously getting the setup for the havens on the servers. We have quite the server farm now that we, you know, have gone through quite a bit. We got a little hiccups when we started that huge farm, as you noticed when we did the wipe, which was the purpose of that wipe and running everything on tests. So getting that in place, having those issues sorted to make sure it runs as it should. Character creation variation for launch. Yeah, so I wanted to show you some of that today on the current build that we have on test. We've been quite swamped with work, so I simply, you know, want to show something that we are adding. And we released the server launch time.
Another one.
Extra Night, thank you for the subscription. So we have the countdown on our website, right? Which we, of course, are aiming for when we do the switch. Give or take minutes or, you know, some time, obviously. But that is our estimate. If you go to our website, there's a countdown, right? So that is our plan. So you can calculate the time frame on the website. Can we disarm our mages via hand amputation? No, not yet. We have, as you know, a mercy state system, and that is actually a really cool system that is prepared for us to do some additional cool things in the future, or as soon as we have the resources to do so.
Another one.
And that means we
Another
can
one.
do some really crazy stuff when you're in that state, which we have some really cool stuff, cool plans for. But we have to wait a little bit. We have a little bit more higher prioritized focus before that. I think we need max Clade level 5. So what we've done is we have reduced the Clade XP gains on Haven quite heavily. And so that is the plan, and then we will see if we need to do any additional adjustments.
Another one.
The server hits the 105k user cap. Star will consider regional servers. No. Again, everything is built in mind for one world server setup. We spent over a year of network developing to make it possible, and it wouldn't make sense to throw that in a trash can, right? And that is also what makes the game quite unique and even more exciting compared to many other MMOs. So what we plan to do, obviously, if we hit our caps now and we see that we can't accept more players, one option is to pause sales, and then of course get working as fast as we can on expanding the physical land space, which means we can add additional physical space, means we can deploy more hardware and distribute to the players, and that is the way to accept more players. We get pet stands like defense stands that will make automatic attack being attacked. We may want to add some of those function again, yes, to pets, but not right now. So now it's obviously the focus to make sure that everything works, everything is polished, and depending on what may occur, etc., we need to be on our toes and be on that as fast as we can, making sure everything is running stable, polished, and under control. And when we feel that is met and we can relax, that is when we go back to the normal working schedule. Will you introduce NA servers? No, for the reason I mentioned just a minute ago. We have built the game to be a one world server solution, which kind of like EVE Online. There are no regional services for that. What is possible though, right now with our technology, is to put another continent in North America, for instance. We have the technology to do that right now. If we see that is something we want to do. What would you do if you got like 50k people at launch, make a queue system, outsource terrain and level design? No, so 50k. So this is the thing. There's quite a few confusion when it comes to active players, concurrent players, paying players, and etc. So, as some of you or many of you may know, we have a quite low break-even number that we need to break even and continue working on this project, which is around 8,500 players. That doesn't mean that those 8,500 players needs to be online at the same time. Obviously, that just means we need to have that many players that are active subscribers, active players, pretty much. And if we look at MMO numbers when it comes to having that many active players, that means a tenfold at least, or active player when you want to have that amount online at any current time. It's a very, very rough example. So if we have like 5,000 players online concurrent, and over time those are the active numbers, very roughly, just as an example, that could mean around 50,000 players are actively paying players. Obviously, those 50,000 players won't be online concurrently at all time because people sleep, eat, work, etc. Right? So that is something I've seen many times being a confusion when people say they need like this many thousand online at any time to break even, and you need to compare apples with apples when talking those numbers, right? So so yeah, 5,000 online at one time doesn't really tell what kind of subscription rate active players. So those are the obviously interesting numbers for us to see after a period of time, when we see that there's always an initial hype and madness and chaos along with these releases. We have done one in the past, got a lot of experience from that, and I'm sure many of you guys have also been participating in many MMO releases, and usually there's madness and chaos along with that. And obviously players that have been waiting for the game and are hungry to start for release time will most likely be playing non-stop for quite a while before they go back to normal sleep, day, wake time rhythms, which also means there's an extra crazy strain on the servers and login servers, obviously the initial days or weeks before it comes down to more normal rates. And that is obviously the chaos we're expecting, trying to simply follow everything, monitor everything, and do exactly what we can to maintain under control and stability. And a lot of thanks to the the tests we've been running out through the beta that have obviously helped us to find the different bottlenecks in the whole server system in the different parts of the network systems, to expand and improve those, and how to build that perfect server farm and how to expand it to be able to handle as many players as possible on the physical land space we have. We do have one strong point, which means our Haven islands are actually the only way in time where we have an instance, as you may know. It's not really part of the game. It is the tutorial, and where you can start in your own pace without having to worry too much about other players and too much threats. So that means we have a lot of havens prepared. We actually have more than 300.
Oh my god, another one.
60 something. Which means we can pretty much crank up heavily to support a lot of players initially. And since we also know that there will be random players showing up, have no clue what Mortal Online is. Some of them may be expecting that it's a theme park game or a World of Warcraft clone, that are just occupying resources and time, possibly initially on Haven. So that is a very nice way for us to distribute that extreme load outside of the real game world. Might is with the gifts, thank you, man, and welcome to the stream. So yeah, so it's really, really exciting, and so long time. I've been so many years up to this day, and it just feels surreal that it's next week. That's crazy, but very exciting. And like I said before, we are as prepared as we can be, and now we simply have to
oh my god, another one.
make sure that we are fully rested at least before the madness. And yeah, it's gonna be super cool. It was a really nice rush to see you guys were so hungry for the wipe, the pre-wipe that we had this week, where we did a test wipe on everything except the Steam stats, which is the titles and such.
Oh my god,
that is why I still have them. Those will be wiped also. So everything will obviously be wiped when we go live on the 25th. But really, we were really happy to see you guys were hungry to help us do a last push on the wipe step. That have been very helpful for us to confirm all those steps. And obviously to make sure that the Haven setup, which is a new setup, is put in correct place.
Oh my god, another one.
Do you have any sort of player count expectancy? Sorry if I sorry, already. I mean, that's a big question, right? It's very difficult to expect or estimate, guess how many players we're looking at launch. And the thing is, initially we had a quite smaller launch plan in terms of starting smaller, not with as fleshed out core features, and also because we knew that we didn't have the server system in place to support too many players, and we wanted to grow in a more controlled time period after release. But we changed that plan. We postponed the development a few times, as you know, and the result is that we have the whole server structure in place as we wanted to have, in the future. And since we took the time to listen to you guys, what are those features we want to have to reach that milestone as well, housing and such. So we can only speculate, right? The wish list is growing rapidly every day. Players are pre-buying and entering the beta every day. It's very quickly increasing. We have over 60,000 active players over a week period of time, which is amazing. And like I said, or I don't know if you have read our reports, but over 210,000 wish lists, and still growing very quickly every day.
Oh my god, another one.
And then there's this big kind of shadow number. We know and have been contacted by huge guilds and alliances from various games and communities, and they are ready for Mortal Online 2. They have not touched the beta. They didn't want to take that step. They're waiting for launch and want to commit when things are persistent. So
Oh
yeah,
my god, another one.
another one. The sky's the limit, and obviously the question is if we're going to hit our haven cap, which is quite high. But yeah, we will see. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be one exciting race.
Oh my god.
You guys adding more content? Yes, we have been adding quite a lot of wildlife spawners and creatures, and the last step that we're planning for 1.0, which is dungeons and etc. And yeah. So there's another thing I want to announce before we continue, and that is on Monday, the 24th, we're gonna have one hell of a stream night together, guys. What's gonna happen there is that I'm gonna see if I can invite some other streamers that are up to this, so we can do a team stream. We're gonna obviously talk about Mortal Online, pre-release hype night, and then we're gonna do some crazy giveaways. I'm talking to Nvidia, one of our partners, as you know. They have already given me quite a few GeForce Now subscription programs that we're gonna give away, and I've been on them as well to try to give us some graphic cards. As you may know, there's still a huge demand on cars worldwide. There's a shortage, so it's a struggle, but hopefully we will see. But next to that, obviously, I'm gonna hand out Mortal Online 2 copies, and yeah, I think we need to. So yeah, game copies we're gonna give away, and I'm also looking for, or talking to a few other companies, gaming companies. We're looking to do some hardware giveaways, monster computer giveaways, really big giveaways. For anyone that is participating during that stream night and are up for that giveaway. So yeah, it's gonna be exciting. So do not miss the 24th. Obviously, we're gonna put it everywhere as well. 24th, the day before release, we're gonna do a big stream, talk about Mortal, talk to some of our Mortal streamers, and do a lot of big giveaways. New Mortal Line 2 be playable on GeForce Now. Yes, Nvidia is participating in this stream and actually giving away GeForce Now subscriptions as a giveaway as well. So you don't wanna miss this stream on Monday. Everyone is welcome, and we're gonna have a blast. So write that down, 24th. I think we're gonna start a similar time as we're doing on Thursday. But like I said, we're gonna post these everywhere. Forums, websites, send out newsletters, and even doing some marketing on this stream night, because it's gonna be good. Gonna be good. Any updates when it will be available on GeForce Now? Yes, on release. Everything is set up and ready. We are working with Nvidia, so we're good to go. We're waiting release.
Human is supreme.
Have you heard about people losing character in Haven? Yes, Sebastian have been working that and fixed that earlier today, or if it was, yeah, I think it was today. Mighty's with them gifts. Thank you, man. Let's go. Will the free month start right away, or can I activate it next month? I'm not entirely sure, actually. I have to pass that question on to Sebastian. I'm not 100% sure. We need to look into that, of course, and make that information available. When is the time that the server will be online? 25th. The count on our website is your best estimate on the exact time when the server will or plan to go live. So yeah, take a look on the website. Will there be more skill and or monsters of at release of the game? Yes, we're adding all the creatures that we plan for having on release. There's a few new ones. There's new dungeons and a lot more wildlife and more bandits roaming around, more threats roaming around. So yeah, there will be quite a bit more.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Don't let Microsoft buy Mortal Line 2. Tampa fan, thank you for the donation. Yeah, Microsoft is going at Blizzard. Quite crazy. Quite the number as well. Interesting. Can you get from Joe and Calcus on that money stream as well? They wanna focus on polishing. So I'm quite a bit unsure if they will feel relaxed enough to spare the time on the stream on Monday. You know, that is the last time they can look over things and polishing on things. So I'm not sure if it's a good timing at that point. Game of the year 2022, heard it here first. I hear you. I hear you. I think you can be right. Hopefully so. Exciting training dummies. So we're doing an important change on the training dummies,
Oh my god, another one.
which I think many of you will actually be happy to hear. We have set the dummies. You can only train up to 25, and then you can't train anymore. The obvious reason is self-explanatory, right? Any plans on nerfing Haven Clade skill gains? Yes, we have cut them in half, pretty much. So it's not very effective to grind Clade levels on Haven, even though you're quite protected there. It's gonna take quite a time to level up there.
Oh my god, another
I think you look
one.
good today. How are you guys coming along with the other content? Will there be a player test realm for upcoming content after release? We are going through that, but right now everything is pretty much on hold. You know, everyone is so focused on their specific areas to get everything as good as it can for a release. But yes, we have had obviously some discussions
another one.
over the past period of time, how we need to set up the tests process in a different way than we have been running it during beta, to make sure that we have a different type of pipeline before things pushes live. Because of the obvious, that we're gonna enter some features and areas now when we are building things from scratch, which means we need to be very careful about pushing that live if it's not, you know, fully polished and fully working and fully balanced. So all those new features and never tested, never run in Mortal Line 1, obviously we need to run that on a long period of time to be sure that this is ready to push live.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
The Clade XP gain final. Personally, it feels like it's gonna be way more of a pain grind than actual enjoyment as it is now. So there are only 20 levels, as you know, which is not that many levels. And obviously the first half amount of the levels are quite quick and easy for anyone without even thinking. Bam, you're already halfway, which is quite fast. And obviously this is one of the big commitments to train your character to get that extra depth for your Clade. So it's meant to take a little time, obviously, to fully finish the Clade. But it's also not, you know, what's necessary for you to compete, you know, on any level. It's obviously there are strong points in the Clades, but they are meant to take a little while. You commit to those character by training Clades.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
Got can you please tell what's gonna happen with 191? Is it going down on persistent or continue running for some time? Will there be a final event? If so, when? So, you know, there's a few things we wanted to do, obviously, to make things interesting. And also, it's quite a sad day to actually shut down Mortal 1 after all these years. And again, we will be 110% focused on Mortal Line 2 launch day. And I wouldn't even bother Sebastian and the guys to go through much there if it means at a small cost at focusing on Mortal Line 2.
Oh my god, another one. Another
so,
one.
Again, we need a little bit more time to see how we can handle those steps. Yeah, we will see. Put on some sunglasses. What? Why? I'm falling behind a little bit here, I see. epic game and legendary dedication, amazing work. Thank you so much, and thank you for the subscription. Shen Obi. How big will launch day patch be? Rather large. You know, the patch from your current build to the live build. I'm not sure exactly how large it is, but you know, it wouldn't be much different from many of our other patches we have done. You know, the past months. When will that new race make it in? We don't have any plans to add any new race. And you know, when it comes to that question, there's a few things, but way later in the development. Craftier is weapon armor enchanting a plan for the future. Ochi Pochabana, thank you for donation. And yes, so enchanting will be a profession where you can put magical components in your crafting. And as you also know, we have the Grandmaster crafting ingredients that also make you allow you to make unique or different looking pieces as well. Baltasar, thank you for the donation. Good evening, Henry. Can you please tell what will happen to Mortal 1? Is it going to on down? Yeah, so you got that question right minute ago. I was a bit late, I guess. So we need a little bit more time until we can address exactly the step there. I haven't wanted to bother Sebastian too much now when I know that we need to go through those steps. There's so many things we need to confirm. Is all that correct? Is all that in order? All the procedures to take the swap over, all the different wipes, the Steam locations, all the servers. There's so many things that we have very long checklists, and we need to be focused to make sure that we don't miss a single of those checklists. So I'm not even asking him anything until that list is fully done. Barrick, I'm glad you changed fishing, but I think it was a little bit too much, but there's still more to test. Yeah, so we got a lot of feedback and saw that people were making a lot of money very easily without any issues whatsoever. So yeah, we did some necessary changes, and we believe that it's better to be on the safe side than on the sorry side, as you can understand. Better to be underpowered than overpowered on release, right? And especially when it comes to generating money into the game, if there's a way that are way out of line, that's more of a hurdle for us to go through. And obviously we can't punish you for just simply fishing and making a lot of money, and then we have to go in there and nerf it. So it's better to be on the weaker side and then take careful steps forward if something is not useful anymore. But yes, we did some adjustment on fishing because we saw that those numbers were going, beyond the planned line. Yeah, 1,000 viewers. That is a good amount. Nice to see a lot of people showing up. Guys, do you want to see the new starting scene for Mortal Online, guys? Shall I spoil it, or do you want to wait on the 25th? What do you think? What do you think, guys? Spoil it. all right, let's see. I'm gonna see if I can boot her up then. All right. You have spoken. You want it spoiled today, and let's do it. Boom. What do you think about this new adventures scene? I love it. What do you think, guys? Really capture the nice feeling of the open world, which have quite an insane range, as you know. I really love it. So obviously, stepping away from the old combat beta starter scene. Now we have a more, you know, a justice picture that kind of shows the whole, you know, feeling of the world. Thursday, I'm not a thing. Come on, man, come on. You know, our Thursday have always been a little bit of a symbol for Mortal Line. Quite specific. Our take on the half orcs, our Thursday. He's been a steady symbol for us, and obviously we wanna show that you can have companions, and in this case, it's a Alpha Koger. So yeah, I love it. I love this picture. I think it's really nice. A big step up from the skull on the sword, right? Yes, we have fixed the Haven teleportation to the cities. That was some of those that, you know, we knew the new setup could have some of those things, so we wanted to start at as soon as we could to just go through it to make sure everything is correct. Okay, guys, do you wanna shall we create a new character and see what we can, how we can make him look with the new face customization system, which is really cool as well. Let's go. Let's log in and take a look. Ooh. All right. Got a new scenery here as well. Let's create a new one. Okay. Which race do we want to see, guys, when we mold his appearance and the face in a unique way? Alvarin, master race. Okay, let's try Alvarin first then. Let's try this one first and see what we can do. So we just go through this. We have this new here, face customization. So it's a really big, new, complex system, and this is not just a little visual fluff here. A lot of hard work have been spent into this, quite insane, and it's a solid core foundation for the appearance of the character, but also for future support in terms of FOIP and so on. So let's go here. Okay, we got a fail here, guys. This build or not acting as it should. Let me see if I have done something wrong. Live character customization, guys. One moment. I'm gonna see if I if it's due to some of the appearances or if it's this scene I have here. The video was too short. I'm gonna try the human first and see if it brings me the same issue or not. It does. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that. I tested it just a moment ago on the, but it could be another build actually. So yeah, unfortunate. I'm not in this correct scene. Oh well, that was a little bummer. Restarted the game, kid. It's not that simple. Oh well, we tried, right? We need a new build. So that is what's going on right now. The team is polishing on these steps. We're getting the new sceneries and such. So yeah, My previous build was working perfect, but this one seems to be in between builds.
Oh my god, another one.
So,
another one.
Okay, I'm not spoiling everything, guys. Yeah, these builds can take some time, so I'm not sure when I will have a new one, guys. So yeah, it was a long shot.
God, another one.
But yeah, the guys are working on it, as I said. So I should have stayed on the previous build where it did work, but I was pushing my luck and moved forward. But on Monday, when we have actually the next stream, we could revisit it, right? Is anyone worried at all by all the promised increase of spawns for release? Yeah, so like I said, we have been adding more and more spawns in these patches that we are working on now. There will be quite a lot more spread out in the world. There is one thing though to consider that I also said before, that this game is not meant to be like World of Warcraft, you know, like this area here are 5 whatever creatures in level 5, and then you move like 50 meters, and then you have the level 8 mobs here, and then you continue move throughout the world like that. This is an open world that should feel believable, and also that you actually have to scout, hunt, and find something. And when you do manage to kill something, that there's a great reward tied to that. And also we need a lot of, obviously, land space for players to over time occupy and build, claim on grounds and build your houses, etc. So also a very important reason why we need a lot of space, and yeah, to spread all the players and have enough content to feel like there's a huge vast steppe, there's a huge jungle that is easy to get lost in, and players should be able to feel that when I'm out in the wild, it feels like that as well, and not just different types of animals around every 10 meters that many classic MMOs have today, because it's not that kind of game we're making. So something to keep in mind, that you're not supposed to see a new type of creature every 50 meters of moving forward, and being in a instanced world. But you will see more creatures for sure than you have currently on the test server, and there will be a few new creatures, and there are also new dungeons to explore. Shouldn't have to search for days for a horse. No, there are over 1,000 horses in the world, so it's quite easy to run into a horse herd.
Oh my god,
but again, it's also depending on the players, obviously. Hickson2, thank you for the subscription. If people are going at all horses, taming them, killing them, then obviously there will be less horses in the world. That is something that players affect, and that is also why the breeding profession will be wanted sometime after release as well. And you can place your order that, look, me or my guild or whatever are in need of this many mounts. We are heading out into war, and that breeder will be happy to try to supply that demand, just as a crafter in the world or anything like that. So it's meant to have that place and balance in the world. Obviously we're following that progression to make sure that it does follow our intention and design, that there should be horses in the world, not at all times for everyone. And also means that you care a bit more for your horse. When you lose it, it's gonna stay, be a stain a little bit more. You care more about your horse, and when you also kill your enemy horse, you achieve that step.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
Robanati, thank you for the subscription. Our gold process gone forever. So, so we only have a few type of tasks right now, as you know, running parcels, and there is also one type of rescue mission. But there will be more over time. Also, we are always following and watching to see, is this a popular area that we want more content of? Because we always have to prioritize what type of, or different types of areas do we want to focus on. We only have so many developers. And so far, we've seen a lot of people, running parcel tasks. But yes, we remove the golds from these ones. Also because not all type of tasks necessarily have to give gold as a reward. Right now we're looking at Clade XP and standings. But like I said, there will be more type of tasks missions, from supplying different types of orders, bigger transport tasks, rescue and assassinate tasks, and some of them may have gold rewards and other types of rewards. Coffee grinds. What are the first new dev position you're looking for? In general, we are looking to expand our team. A challenge is always to find the right developers for this type of project. It's a sensitive project to work in. If you do one little mistake, it can lead to quite severe consequences. So obviously we need to follow, depending on how many developers and how the system and the pipeline works. When your team grow, that pipeline and setup may also change, or in some cases forced to change. So we're looking to grow and expand a team on pretty much all areas, all positions. There's so much we want to cover at the same time, but right now we will have to pick those few ones, because we are a small team, and obviously we need also the new developers to get into the pipeline and know how everything works. That also takes some time, but there's no doubt that we want to grow and expand in pretty much every category. We're adding left and right modifiers for attack and block, just like overhead and thrust. We plan to add that, yes. It is on our wish list. So right now we're not adding new features or anything like that, because the obvious reasons, right? If something can go wrong, we are wasting a lot of precious time. So we're just focusing on having everything set and polishing on what's there already, and only adding on safe content like, text, art, scenes, like in this case, and more of the spawners and tweaking the spawners. So what time are we able to play on Tuesday? Can you tell us? We should be as close as possible to the timer we have. We have a counter on our website. When that reaches 0, that's what we're aiming for, to be as close as possible at least. Get Base Hunter to play Mortal Line 2. He will be back. He will be back. Will be changes in the appearance of all the characters. Visually, there's no difference on so we plan to support possible wrinkles and stuff like that. That also shows age differences. We simply didn't have the time to add that kind of level on the skin age details, but we will most likely cover it over time. When breeding gets added, we'll be able to breed colors like Mo 1. Yes, there's a few things that will work in the same way as in the first game, where traits from the two parents pass on to the offspring. There will be some balance changes and tweaks in the number parts of the system that we weren't happy with in the first game. Okay with players using Linux. So we're not spending any time on supporting other types of OS platforms at all. We just focus on PC Windows as, you know, so we don't spend anything on anything other than that. But, you know, if it works for you and it's fine and our system, you know, are fine with that, then sure. We'll be releasing a new roadmap after launch. Yes, as soon as we can breathe again and we have the time to go through that, we will reveal the upcoming roadmap. We'll be keeping tabs from beta? No, everything we wipe on release. How's dominating looking? Yeah, obviously good question. So domination is done and is supposed to work, but obviously it's not working as intended, right? We have noticed that there are those creatures that are dominatable only does not work, with one very odd exception. That is the crabs, right? And we have identified a difference of what happens here. So we have the dev clients that we're working on in-house. It's working perfect. And then we step over to the release client, the one you guys have. That's where it doesn't work. And the thing is, when you compile a build like this in Unreal Engine, it's supposed to be no difference at all. But in like, I think 2 or 3 cases throughout the whole development, there's been a difference, which shouldn't be there. And domination is one of those cases. And that means that it's a more complex issue that requires someone like Sebastian to dig into that has most or more experience in that whole pipeline. So quite unfortunate that it's done, it's working, but not on the build release client that we guys are playing on normally. So that means Sebastian needs time to go through that and figure out what causes it or how we can change the system to work on both builds. So yeah, quite frustrating, as that part was not a huge project and was just simply meant to be one of those checks off on the list that just enables like this, take the system part from taming like this, and it's done. And we didn't plan that. Obviously, we need to pull Sebastian into going through that. So right now that is on the to-do list for Sebastian, but obviously right now he cannot dig into that. We need to, finish our long checklist to be ready on everything. And then we will cover those that are kind of hanging there to be fully functional. When is the switch to Unreal 5 happening? So it looks like we're going to take that step sooner than we first expected because of a few reasons. Epic Games have updated the engine. It looks to be on a pretty good state currently. We have been taking a look into the engine every now and then to see how does it affect us, what areas are working or what are not working. And the latest look was quite promising. Most things of our system went through without too much hurdle. And there's one obvious big thing. We have worked quite hard on our visual appearance in our game. As you know, we have pushed the visual limits as far as we possibly can in Unreal 4 and in this type of open game world with quite insane detail level. What the fuck? And so that means we obviously need to translate our visual appearance into Unreal 5, and without obviously going down in visual appearance or also going down in performance, which is always one of the king features of our game. So that means we will need some time to go through that before we can take the step. But yeah, it was exciting to see that it looks very promising in terms for us to take the step, and that the areas that we need our attention are quite limited and controlled. And then the next step also that is why we want to take the step is that obviously they have been working on the same thing as we have done when it comes to a huge open world. Wasn't as far when Engine 4 was written. They know that in Engine 5 obviously they need to support that better. So we run into all limitations possible when we built Mortal 9 in terms of a big open world, and done everything we can to crank the juice out of it. So it kind of pushes us to take the step that we need to build a robust system to handle that level streaming data. And when we started building that, Epic Games were also building it for Unreal 5. And when we saw that it's pretty much the same thing, then obviously we want to make use of that in Unreal 5. So that is something we need for us to expand the world in an efficient way. And that is one of the big components that why we want to take the step and why it's quite necessary for us to take the step over to Unreal 5 sooner rather than later, actually. So again, we know that it's quite confusing what's going on here. So node lines have nothing to do with Unreal Engine. Node line is our system when it comes to the network system. So what we're struggling here with is the level streaming. When you're moving around in the world, there are specific lines where your client hiccups, freezes, and such. And that is where the engine is pretty much capped out. There's no proper way to simultaneously load in and load out data from your memory, pretty much. Your CPU is getting stalled, which means your performance is acting as a hiccup. That is the part that we are rebuilding, but found out that Epic Games were building the exact same system in Unreal 5. So rather than us, building that in 4, we're taking the step over to 5. And that should mean that you don't notice those hiccups as severe or almost, hopefully not at all, when running around in the world. So obviously it's an important performance thing for the gaming experience when you run around.
Another one.
So the node lines is something different. It's pretty much on the back end, the network system that handles the data between players and running around in the world. And that's also how we make one huge world and distribute a farm of servers to handle that data in kind of like a grid net. And there are specific things happens when you move over from one to another, and that is where we have had some issues throughout the beta with, for instance, when you're riding on a mount, when the mount disappeared, or having a pet and follow that acts badly or such. So that is the last thing we're finalizing now, working on to have that transition smooth as well. So that is not going to be affected by stepping onto Unreal 5. It's a separate system. But we're hoping to be able to, over time, squeeze even more performance out of the game in Unreal 5. Obviously having even better visuals. Being able to use nanites on statical meshes in specific areas of the world to obtain better performance, and even have better visuals and details, which is quite exciting for our game. So yeah, a lot of cool things happening with Unreal 5 for sure. A beta map was specified 8 kilometers by 10. How large will it be released? So the map we have now on beta, live, and on release is about 400 square kilometers, and that is the whole Mirland, the first continent. It's not going to grow more as of one continent, but there will be additional continents over time. We have 5 planned continents, completely different in terms of biome styles and hostility and creatures, the homelands of some of the other races. So those are planned for in the future. And that is also obviously those steps that we are necessary to take pretty much when we run out of land space, physical space. Clarification on world bosses, please. So world bosses is what we call the pretty much tier 3 AI. Huge, very specific AI behaviors. They are not in the game now, and they will not be in the game on release. We need quite a bit more time until that will be ready, because that is a completely new experience, the PvE experience, than we have right now. So we have tier 1 and tier 2 now, which is, the tier 2 is those different types of bosses that have quite specific AI behavior as well, require you to do, certain things to kind of beat them in a effective way. Obviously, we see more of those different types of bosses going into the game over time. And eventually we're going to reach the tier 3 AI. That is, for an example, if you awaken a dragon that rises and roams Mirland and have its own life cycle and do its own thing, and players can interact with it in different ways, and the outcome can be in completely different ways as well, depending on what the players decide to do and discover and how they can affect them. It's our titans. So, but like I said, not on release. We will need more time before that is ready, because obviously we want to make sure that it's a spectacular gaming experience when that happens. Let's see. I don't want Mortal 1 to be erased from history. Can you make it single player and sell it or something if it's gonna be removed forever? I mean, I agree. It's a sad moment to shut down the old first Mortal Online. But the thing is, Mortal Online 2 is what Mortal Online was supposed to be at launch, but we couldn't due to so many different reasons. Technology, experience, limitations, a lot of things made it impossible for us to deliver the game we really wanted, how we wanted it. Today, we don't have any of those limitations. We have the experience, and we're taking that, starting that journey on the 25th with Mortal Online 2. So, it's a natural evolution to step over to Mortal Online 2. How the game were meant to be in all different forms. And also, we corrected so many mistakes and things that were not correct in the first game. But yeah, I agree. It's still gonna feel sad to eventually shut down Mortal 1. If there's ever a breakthrough in AI, will you keep improving the AI? Yes, like I said, we have been working on the AI for, on and off throughout the whole beta, improving it, tweaking it, balancing it, reaching the, having the base in line that allows us to reach the tier 2 AI, and people have had a blast fighting tier 2 AI. It's equal fun for us to watch it and see what people figure out and how they beat them or not beat them. So obviously we're going to see a lot more of those. And along with that development, we're taking the step forward for tier 3 AI as well. Going to be the wheel torch in the offhand. Yes, so there will be a few options for light sources. One, yes, holding it in left hand, or simply have a torch in a belt solution. We have looked at it and we know that we want to take those steps. Again, it's just a matter of time when we can do it. And then there will also be additional ways of using light sources, like placing a campfire or using magic to also see in darkness. So there will be quite plenty of options over time. And changes being made to show armor at distance. So we talked about that a little bit earlier, but we also know it's a quite common question. But it's not that easy to just change a number and then we have it much further. Because I'm sure you have noticed that sometimes you can see a player big as 2 pixels running on the horizon. And then in some cases, when you're running in one direction, another player is running opposite direction, and you're pretty much both crossing a node line. That is pretty much the worst scenario when it comes to experiencing a new player. And that is when it kind of loads in quite late, right? And we're fully aware of that. That is not optimal, to see your enemy that late. You want to identify them as early as possible, which is fully understandable. But it goes both ways, right? It's as of a challenge for both ways. And the reason is, like I said, it's specific setup when you run towards each other's, also even more when you're using a horse, when speed is even higher. So it's not just a quick fix to do this. There are ways where we know that we can rearrange in our network system how to load some parts and how to give certain states. One of the things why we have amazing performance with, that we had that battle with 400 people on screen, there are obviously necessary requirements that we have taken, or measurement we have made to make that possible.
Oh my god.
There will always be we take some and give some, even here in this technology. There are always a budget to work with and against, and so that is why you haven't just seen a quick fix for this, because there is no quick fix. There's a more complex work step we need to do, but we do believe that yes, we can do some tweaks and changes in that system to improve that, the worst severe experience in that. But remember, it goes both ways, right? It's not that you see him much before you see him. It goes both ways. So we have to keep that in mind and be patient until we can revisit that and see how we may possible improve it. A utility version be available, like night vision and water breathing, be on release. They won't be on release. No.
Another one.
So we're not adding any new features right now. You know, we are days from release. We're just focusing on polishing, getting everything in place. So what you're getting is, you know, obviously the new starting scene with the full character face customization system, and you know, the planned wildlife for Mirland, the planned dungeons, the last armor type that is going to be available, but you won't see any new big feature now because yeah, it's not planned, and that would mean a risk if we add something that is not fully tested and finished. Exactly. When you choose spawning in MK, you should be going to MK, right? That is something we always have fixed. Lictor Spaghetti and Lictor Armor like mod 1. We do plan to work on the Lictor armors, yes, along with additional armor types, new styles from the different clades. We had a long list in Mortal 1, and we never got very far on that list. Obviously, the plan is to continue on that list for Mortal 2. Remove the weight slider on creation? No. We will let you set your starting weights. You have lived those years, right? Those 22 or minimum 18 years, and you decide how you live that, if you ate much or not. Can you give it timelines for expansion of alchemy? So after release, and when we have, you know, taken the step through release and are under control and can breathe again, that's when we're going to sit down and plan ahead. We're looking to expand, and obviously we're looking to work on the roadmaps and eventually share those roadmaps. And that's going to give you the idea of what are the coming features in the upcoming patches. And also, obviously, depending heavily on how we can expand the team, that plan can be adjusted or expanded on as well over time. And the development of mini games like blackjack or poker in taverns. Yes, so the backend system for mini games is done, and we are actually playing blackjack as it is, but we don't have the real art for it. So we're just playing blackjack pretty much with normal cards, and obviously we wanna do the mortal style and everything, right? So yeah, the big backend system is done, and that is also a system that supports multiple game types. So we just need to sit down with artists, produce the art for it, and link it up pretty much. So we're getting there for sure. Have you tried leveling taming? No, but a lot of people are, which we are very happy for. and that is the data we are trying to use when we tweak the numbers for taming, gaining skills, and getting money, doing clade levels, etc. What's happening to Whisper? So last time I was whispering in the beta, it's working. I know it's a little confusing, and it may need some polishing in making it not confusing. So I simply wrote /w, my friend's name. You need to be friends, and a message, and he got that message. And he can do /r, reply, and write the message, and I got his message. But you need to repeat the whisper name every time, which is not very convenient, right? But as long as you do that, it should be working. With a big change in the system of taming animals, will this activity become more varied, or will it still have a visualization of 20 years ago? He approaches, wave his hand, and the horse was tamed. So there's a few things we're going to expand on when we are working on Beastmaster, and that is there will be requirements for certain types of domination and taming tools, etc. when you're trying to take control of other things. So in that way, there will be additional steps. And those tools will also be used as a player skill demanding balance tool, risk reward, pretty much. So that is the plan for evolving a little bit further with taming and domination. Isn't the problem that you don't get feedback from Whisper, like you don't see the message that you sent? Yeah, that is one of the confusion thing. That's correct. I'm not sure if I whisper you right until you whisper me back. So yeah, that is one of those confusing parts that we will fix. Can you talk about the housing building process and how it can be used? So currently we have housing in the beta. It allows you to build a small, medium, a stronghold, or occupy and build a keep location. And then you can upgrade them in 3 tiers. And then you can decorate them with all types of furniture and workbenches. You can buy some of them, and you can find some of them out in the world. And that is the baseline of the housing system, pretty much. And then we plan to expand on more housing options, such as giving you more tools with co-ownerships and so on, more options. And then we'll take the step into deploying TC functions, which further allows you to expand different types of buildings, higher NPC services, higher security if you wish, and set the different laws. And then we're also reaching into siege mechanic. That will allow you to build sieging machineries. That is the effective way in destroying a fully built structure. Will rain and cloud be synchronized for launch? So we have a weather system that is quite the same as in the first game, which means there are biomes where the different temperature meet each other, and that causes rain. what isn't synchronized is the clouds, correct. It doesn't represent the weather correctly. And there's also a desync of when your client gets the different updates of what kind of weather is it in this zone. Usually you all do get the updates sooner or later, so you will see that, okay, it's either raining or there's a thunderlight storm going on. That part is synced, it's just that it can be delayed, but the clouds are not synced. So yes, we plan to fix that, and that is also something that gets a huge lift in Unreal 5, how we represent that visual part connected to our server weather system. So it's two systems. One is there's actually a quite sophisticated weather system on our server that decides what's going on, and that also ties to the different magic that can also affect the weather. And then obviously the engine Unreal is representing that in effect. And we can do quite some spectacular stuff in Unreal 5 here. So again, there's a few areas where we know that all this is going to be thrown out and built in Unreal 5. Do we want to spend the time in that now? Or do we want to save that time and then just do it once in Unreal 5? So as you can see, in our position, it's quite smart for us to not waste any time, right? Obviously, the downside is that we will not have synchronized clouds until that happens. And again, depending on the time for doing those things, it may not be wise if we are already working on taking the step over to Unreal 5, as you can understand. We don't have the exact time frame yet for Unreal 5, other than that we are taking the steps sooner than we first anticipated. So we're actually gonna start working towards that step pretty much after release, after we have fulfilled the release chaos that we are expecting. So when we start soon, will there be a price for 3 months, 6 months, or maybe a year sub? Yes, most likely we are going through that now as well. Just we need a few more days, and also, as you know, everyone is getting a free month of subscription along with buying the game. So that actually gives us that month to iron out the last steps there. We're working on that. Making sure that we have the right payment system in place, and we were planning to offer such options. Yes, 3-6 month with discount if you want to commit into those longer period of subscription. MSQ gains is too fast, or are you guys gonna reduce it some more? I think it depends on what skill we're talking, right? So for instance, normal action skills like learning how to fight with your sword is not meant to be a super grind that makes that very difficult. We want a player to be able to pick up a weapon and quite fast be able to matter in a fight. And then obviously there are other areas like magic, taming, and crafting areas that may take much longer time and is quite a more commitment over time to master. So it depends a little bit what we're looking. We have been doing some tweaks currently already for instance, sprinting skill. A lot of new players that showed up think that, oh, this is way too slow, it's not for me. And they're forgetting it's an RPG game, it's a progression. You're meant to be slow and weak initially. But even though, that are easily overseen. And so that means that, okay, if we hear that absolute majority think that it's just a frustration to be like a snail running around. So we reduce the experience on those skills that, okay, you're running around and you quickly pick up this speed. A little bit same thing with stats. So you quickly become more effective and feel that progression quite fast. So new players hopefully feel that, okay, now things are accelerating and now I can actually run more normal as many, comparing to many other games and FPS games, Battlefield and Call of Duty, you run insanely fast, right? And stepping over to this, it's an understandable slowdown, right? So yeah, the weather system is trash at the moment, to be honest. I wouldn't say trash. Like I said, it's one of the most sophisticated weather system ever been created at MMO. Mats created this system and it's freaking awesome if you know what's ticking on the other end. But yes, it's not very cool when the clouds are not synchronized, obviously, as we are fully aware, as I explained before. But it's actually a system that are based on Earth rules. Hot air are meeting cold air, clouds and storms are being created, and rain is being created. So it's very sophisticated that if we can visualize this in a correct way, you can actually be what's it called? A guy that can read the weather, If you can see that here's cold air meeting warm air and the different heights and etc. similar to Earth, you can kind of predict the weather, which is quite epic. I don't know of any other game that have that insane depth when it comes to the weather system. And obviously that allows us to do really cool things as soon as we can rely on the visual goodies, which will be Unreal 5. And I'm way behind, guys. Sorry about that. Let me scroll down a little bit. Remember the original weather system when hot and cold would hit? Yeah, exactly. It is the same base system as it was in the first game. And again, we could we visually represent that synchronized, obviously. But again, we couldn't push into it some insane levels. We did what we could back then, and it looked cool and nice back then. But we can push it much further this time around, especially now when we move over to Unreal 5. So I'm looking forward to that, and I think you're gonna like the new, more spectacular effects that we can do. You guys have done such a good job with the weather compared to other memos. Don't stress it. Yeah, but I mean, we fully understand that. Obviously, you wanted to sync, right? If you hear and see storm and it's raining, I love the thunder, lightning strikes. The sound is pure epic. I really like that. When I heard it the first time, it was super loud, and I got super scared and thought the lightning was hitting here. But obviously, when you're looking up and it's full sunny, that's a little disappointment. That's fully understandable, right? Oiskopakabana. Thank you for the subscription. But yeah, we will cover it for sure. Like I said, it wouldn't be wise for me to tell the guys to spend time on it in Unreal 4 when we know we're gonna throw that out the window, moving over to Unreal 5. Stayman grind supposed to be a trial and error? Not really. If you learn how it works, we're actually writing out the level gains when you look at animals now. We didn't have that before. That's when it was trial and error, and that made a lot of people confused and frustrated, and it was pure hell. We changed that. We made it easy. Now you get it presented. It just says right there on the animal, so it's like tenfold visually simplified. Can you nerf riding like taming? If you get 20 riding, you never fail. If you reach any level taming, you always fail. I didn't follow. What do you mean? I mean, it's pretty simple how taming works, right? So it says what level you need, right? And if it's just barely there, obviously you can have a small chance in succeeding. And if you're behind that, you will never succeed. So it's quite basic and straightforward, right? Why did you make Marshland 2 into Augment Online? What do you mean, Lohodo? So we have a extremely split Clade selection in our game world and had for almost the whole beta. There was a period where Thursa were the only one, and then we worked quite hard over the months to get the balance we want to make sure that there's an interest for every single Clade. And there is, and it's beautiful to see, and that was never the case in the first game. So we're really happy to see that there's a strong dominion in every single Clade, depending on who you ask or who you're looking at. And you know, the data tells us as well that if we saw that this Clade were never used, or this Clade is the only one used, as we saw in the first game, then that is the obvious indication, right? There will be buffs, debuffs, etc. for different weather like rain, snow, etc. So in a few cases where it makes sense, it may have an impact and effect. For instance, if there's a strong storm, your projectiles may be affected of this. We had that in the first game, and we plan to have it in the second game as well. It's just that in many cases, it may not be experienced, or you know, if 99% never see that, wow, it's like this, cool, and we spend a lot of time on that, then obviously that is not well spent. So we learn a lot from that, but we still see where it makes sense and can have an interesting effect. So yeah, in some cases, I mean, there are the natural, obvious effects, right? You know, fog, snow, that makes your visibility range be severely limited, right? Those are natural, that will come. And like I said, projectiles will most likely be affected by strong winds here as well. So, which means if you're shooting an arrow, you're going to see it take off along with the wind. And same thing could happen with magical projectiles that you shoot straight out. They could also, in some cases, be affected by wind. And then we also have the heat system. The more extreme it goes into the cold or heat, your character and your mount and pets will also be affected. So you have to kind of adapt to that using proper gear if you want to reduce that penalty. Updates on campfires? No, but like I said last run, I think as well, everything is in place except the logic behind what the campfire should do when you sit next to it, and that you can tie it as a heat source. So it's not a big step to make it happen now. So obviously we have the upcoming patch, I would say, after release. First and foremost is to focus on, again, polish, stability, bugs, anything that may happen or occur or being discovered is the main focus. As soon as we're under control, we have a list of things that are, we just need to spend this much time and this little time, and we have all these features and functions that are highly usable. We're going to deploy those. And then we're going to continue on the more long-term roadmaps, from small things to large things, like, the upcoming magic schools, new features. We have thievery as well. So we're going to go through that and try to make that roadmap similar how we've done throughout the beta. Henrik, me and some friends made a trailer for our upcoming release. It's linked in the video section in Discord. It would be super cool if you could watch it on stream. We put a lot of effort into it, and I think you'll like it. That is awesome to hear. I want to watch it for sure. I don't have the option to throw in other windows on my stream. Unfortunately, I'm still that noob Twitch streamer, so I have everything set up to be automatically right now. But I'm gonna take a look on it for sure. It's really cool to see when you guys create some awesome stuff. Immortal Line. When Augmers get a nerf, why would Augmers get a nerf? I don't see that happening. The question is, if something is never used or too weak and could be in need of a buff, I would say that is more a case that could happen. The thunder always gets me when I'm least expecting it. Yeah. It does. It's a really high quality thunder. I'm falling behind again, sorry guys. I need to jump down a little bit here. It's too quick for me. Oh my god, I'm super behind. Can you implement an in-game notebook so I can keep track of my alchemy and other material properties? Be rock, it's already in the game. If you open your journal, you have your own personal notes. So yeah, you already have your own notebooks. It's in the journal.
Oh my god, another one.
Oh my god, another one. Salt Daddy, thank you for the subscription. Yeah, I got someone got to me to that question before me. But yeah, the journal is really cool. One thing is you're scouting the world and getting those information in. It's really cool to collect all the information in the world. And yeah, you also have your own personal notes, which is a nifty little feature to do exactly that. So yeah, it was a good addition for sure. Will Clade points be buffed? How do you mean Clade points be buffed? Don't think so, no. We're showing off anything else today. So we've been super busy, as you can imagine. It's crazy, even though you push, make plans and schedule, no matter what you do, there's always something extra you want to cover, right? There's always something a little extra you want to polish and so on, and some requests, everything. Yeah, we would like to get it, but again, it quickly stacks up. So everyone being super busy. So I haven't really, told anyone to see if there's anything I can steal from them to show during the stream. And I just did a last minute wild shot, starting my own build, which is, going back and forth in different steps. So it was a lottery, and sadly, I messed up with this current build. My previous one had what I wanted to show, which was the face customization, which is really, really, really cool. Really like it. You can make complete unique looking characters with this patch, and everyone gonna look unique. It's these steps we're taking now is kind of like taking those big leaps that makes it look. Now we're finally there. 1.0, the core is in place. Everyone look different. And it adds so much value and nice feeling to the game when you now actually can look very different from each other's. So it's fun to play around with the character face customization. And like I said, I want to remind everyone again, if you didn't catch the beginning, do not miss the 24th of January, as in Monday. We're gonna do a pre-release stream. And we're gonna obviously talk about Mortal Line. I'm gonna invite some possible Mortal players, streamers as well. And we're gonna do some very big giveaways. Really good stuff. A lot of stuff to give away. And I may be able to show you guys the face customization then, so we can take a look on that as well. Susan Shucks with the raid. Will advertisement be on other sites than Facebook? It will only bring us the boomers. Yes, we will be everywhere. The release week, we will be everywhere. We're spending marketing money. We got fundings from Epic Games, as you know, a mega grant. So we are making sure that we're investing some money in marketing in different platforms other than Facebook, obviously, as well. Yes. Is strength the only stat that affects how jacked your character looks? So it's a combination of fatness and strength that defines how fit you are and how much muscle definition. Yes. Any chance for basic clothing? So we added one of the more basic Mage Jedi Knight inspired clothing in our previous patch, which could also be, more as a common cloth. It's light, it's clothes, and that's just one of many to come in upcoming patches. Can you explain how the announced trash maps will work in the future, which we will be able to find in SOS bottles via fishing? So if you played Ultima Line, you kind of know a little bit how that was working, which means that yes, you will be able to find treasure maps in the world. One way could be from fishing, which means you can hook something on your hook, and that could be something like a SOS bottle, and that could actually be a treasure that you will have to find in the world and dig it up. And depending on what and where, obviously there could be some danger involved along with that. So pretty straightforward, but a very cool system that will come after release. Thank you, Henrik and Stahl, for all your hard work. I am excited for next week, like a little kid is for Christmas morning. Spooky woof. Yeah, I hear you. And we all, I would say, pretty sure most of us feel that magical excitement for sure. I feel that as well. It's a mix of obviously some fear because we are expecting some chaos and madness. It's unavoidable. There's no MMO in the world that have avoided some chaos, right? And because it's such a unnatural strain that is almost impossible to deal with. But I think we're quite prepared, but it's better we are prepared for chaos than not. But yeah, for sure, it's going to be very exciting to see the world start and evolving with you guys. Being the determined factor. What happens in Mortal Online? How does it evolve, and so on. You have a sneak peek of the Mila map that news will get out of Haven. I don't have one, no. But we can see, So we have another. This is a new feature. We have a new. Like I said, we have a stream on Monday as well, so maybe we can do something there as well. So I don't know if you, you see this. Click again or press enter to stop. So that is actually a fix in this upcoming patch as well to prevent some stupid things like allowing you to linger in air. That we have fixed in this upcoming patch. And yeah, I'm super excited. You know, additional performance optimization, pushing the characters even further. And like I said, it looks like we may have solved the warping issue in large scales. And that is freaking amazing because, again, you know, we can push over 400 players. And if you have a decent computer, you will still remain in good performance, FPS, and hopefully no more warping going on. So I can't wait to see the server's first large-scale battle going at it. Like yes, like it will not be on release. No, it will come later. The other mounts will come later. Humans have some useless clades, the cold and hot, for example. I mean, so like I said, we are planning for the long run, right? Which means we're gonna have extreme temperatures, and that is where those clays will shine. So obviously, right now, not much use as the extreme temperatures doesn't affect you that much. So yeah, right now it's quite simple. You may not pick those as long as we have Mirlan only. But as soon as we venture beyond Mirlan, that's when those clay gifts gonna be extremely, extremely, extremely powerful. Need kite shields. We do. It's just that we need a lot of animation work when we add new animation states combination with new shields that you hold differently with every single weapon. So it's a huge task. That is why we don't have other shield types other than the round shield we have right now. But yes, we're gonna have tower and kite shields as soon as we can and have the manpower to do it. Can we see character creation while you answer questions? I'm afraid not. This build was not what I was hoping for. We are going through builds right now as I speak, and this one I failed on. I should have stayed on the previous one. I did want to show a little bit of that, but I can't, I'm afraid. Was a good time to bring the game out of early access into 1.0 when there seems to be a lot of system not complete. So there's going to be a lot of system missing for many years to come, which means should we not release the game and be persistent until those years have passed, which means, you know, the game are old, players are getting tired of playing in a wipe state, and you know, having pre-patched items that frustrate people, and you know, get tired eventually and not playing because nothing matters. Or do we go to 1.0 having all the core features planned for in place, which means everything, you know, something in every category in a solid state. And that is what we're delivering now. There's so much going on already in Mortal 2. We're already surpassing Mortal 1 in a few areas that we now reached to in the first game. Big systems. So we're so much further already than Mortal 1. What we're lacking that Mortal 1 had, you know, some magic schools, and Saduka obviously, but you know, other than that, there was a lot of issues that, you know, we have fixed finally in Mortal Line 2, and we have a much more meaningful and depth in the character, a better balance, so people can actually choose their personal race clades. We have the Clade system in place, which we never got to in the first game. We have proper AI, exciting AI, really good one-of-a-kind PvE experience. A lot of PvE MMO players are looking at Mortal Line 2 now, and they were never interested in Mortal Line until they saw, what the hell is that troll freaking doing? It's doing a freaking Hulk smash. Holy shit, I wanna see. Is that a freaking MMO? You know, so reaching all those areas, and obviously we have the PvP, right? It's a big thing for many players. We got the housing system, the decoration system, you know, all the skills. We have all that in place. And as you know, we have hundreds of features that will take many years to deliver. So that means, do we never release the game? Shall we just try to make the game home in someone's basement without making a living on it because we're never finishing it? You know, somewhere we need to kind of draw the line. Where do we want to start the journey? And this is where the majority think this is going to be good. This is going to be exciting. There's enough in every category to get going. And then every second week, we see more and more. I don't have the exact time frame. We did an estimation on when we did the calculation on our website. You see the countdown on our website. That is what we're aiming for. So close to that, going to 0 is the plan. So take a look on the website, countdown to, you know, do your calculation on when that is. Strength only stat affect how jacked your character looks. Yes. So, like I said before, it's the body type and your strength that defines your body visual. So, if you have too much fat and high strength, you're gonna be like Bruce Lee, right? If you are stout and high strength, you are like Conan the Barbarian, right? So that is the measurements that determines your visuals, and it kind of makes sense. Follow some logic, right? Hello, the Spartan Show. Getting a second character slot. We're not getting that now, and we mentioned that a little bit before that. So there is this feature concept that we have had on the table for over the years, and that is the Diva system that may allow us to build that step and system if we, you know, get it right and feel that this is correct. That could allow you to get your sibling shared family name with shared status. That could allow us to offer that, but we don't have time to do that right now. We will see down the line about that. The plans on change lighting. We may do some tweaks to it again. Like I said before, it's one of those things we don't want to spend too much more time into because we're going to move over to Unreal 5. The whole lighting system needs a rebuild then. And it's taken us quite a while to get us to this point where it actually looks amazing, right? I mean, one of the things we hear from any player joining in is say, holy shit, this looks beautiful. And we worked quite hard on it to make it look realistic, and there are some struggles to make it look like this, and you know it involves eye adaptation, dark textures and shadows, and sunlight. So it's not been an easy thing. So we don't plan to spend too much more time, as I said, because we will take the step over to Unreal 5, which will kind of force us to rebuild those settings. NVIDIA Drive show latest games when installing them. Make sure Mortal Kombat 2 is there. We should be there. We have been working on with NVIDIA. NVIDIA is also sponsoring some part of our upcoming Monday streaming. We're gonna do giveaways. We have GeForce Now subscriptions giveaways. I'm trying to push them to give us some graphic cards as well to give away. There's a supply and demand that is out of this world on those hardwares and chips still, as you know. So it could be that there is none available. But I'm doing my best, and we're gonna do game giveaway, give out some MO2 copies, and we're gonna give out some hardware, gaming hardware. I'm looking to see if we can give out a freaking gaming monster computer. So if you're one of those that have a old computer, be sure to be here on Monday and participate in that lottery, because you can win some real good stuff. GPU giveaway. What? Crazy. I'm talking about the whole computer. So yeah. Game time. Yeah, maybe game time as well. So Game Cup is game time. GeForce sub time. Hardware. We're gonna have a blast, guys. We're gonna throw out a lot of stuff on you guys.
Oh my god,
Is RTX 260 enough? It's enough. Yeah, it's enough. I mean, there are quite leaps from the 220 series to 30 series, no doubt. But you can play the game for sure on 2060. We sub through Steam. So we're going through all that. We're going to make a statement and share all the information as soon as we can, so everything is clear before we start subscribing.
Another one.
Can you share some info about your server farm? I mean, there's nothing exciting to say about it other than that we have a lot of servers. We have a whole hall of servers in London. Next generation hardware. The hardware is pretty much twice the performance as our old hardware, and we got a lot of hardware, so we can sustain over 100,000 players initially on the release day. So we're expecting chaos, and hopefully we can cover quite an insane amount. When it's Smart 2 coming to Epic Store, we're doing that as fast as we possibly can. A lot of the things are prepared, but there's still a few things that we need to incorporate with the communication between, the subscription Steam and our website. So there's one more step we need to solve, and we will see if that is suitable as soon as we can after release, and hopefully it will be ready before we are entering into the subscription. Did you say it can hold 100k players? Yes, more than 100k. We're something between 100, 110, 130,000, which is, yeah, insane capacity. Guys, still taking in applications. I'm a computer science student at college. Worked in Unit Unreal 4.5, 3.17. Like I said, we're expanding our company, and we are looking for seniors, talents that have experience in game development, and especially in Unreal 4.5, which is a very strong component when it comes to working with Mortal Online. So yeah, we accept any application. Hispea have got more things around it, yes. Game time be giftable to other players. Got a friend who doesn't want to play because of subscription. I want to donate to him without giving him my CC data. Don't you have something like Swish? I mean, obviously it's unfortunate if your friend isn't interested in seeing what this game offers and why it has a subscription based. There's so many pros that comes with this subscription model actually. You know, at first glance we understand that those players out there that are used to play those free-to-play, pay-to-win games, locked content, flashy store content, you know, it's a common business model on MMO games today. And I think it's sad because it sacrifices so much of the gaming experience and quality. And not only that, you're getting a free amount of players that are just there to shit on things, you know. They don't care about things, they just want to ruin things for others because it's for free, why not? So there's so much value that comes with a subscription model that protects the game quality and the player's experience. So if you explain that to him, then maybe, you know, obviously you need to be interested and want to play the game, first of all. But if that interest is there, then those $14 a month is, you know, in most cases cheaper than if you're active in a free-to-play game. It's not free to play if you want to compete in any level at all, or, you know, do something of value or excitement. That is how they're modeled. You need to pay $5 every freaking hour to continue or be good or compete with others. In the end of the month, you have paid $100 rather than $14 in our game, and you didn't know how that snuck up on you, and it's a bad gaming experience. We need to educate and remind the gamers again that, look, if we want quality gaming experience, we need to, you know, show that, right? And us consumers and players are in control there, right? If we don't like the game, obviously we're not gonna buy it. But you know, as long as we are throwing money at those cash shops with fluff and to beat others easier, pay to win, those models gonna be superior and more games gonna be done in that way. You know, company look at other games companies and they copy them if they're successful. That is why we have 300 WoW clones out there, and that is why now all MMOs are free to play. You know, so yeah, it's a sad development in some way, depending on obviously what you're interested in as a MMO player. And me personally, which is a huge sandbox MMO player fan, I have nothing to choose from. It's, you know, barren. Nothing excites me, which is just sad. I mean, come on, 2022, and there's not a single MMO that interests me. What the hell have happened? I'm a gamer at heart and I love playing game, but there's not a single game. I think that is crazy. Crazy. My pulse goes up when I think about it. Or what do you think? Do you agree, guys? Or am I the only one thinking like this? I know a lot of you guys think so as well, but, you know, for me it makes much sense, and, you know, it's just logic. Feel the same way, Enrique, and that's why we are here. Bill Bunty, yeah. I think many of you guys in here are pretty much on the same page and are experiencing the same thing, right? I mean, every now and then there are cool games, look exciting, right? And they always sell them super cool in the trailer because that's the reason, right? But as soon as you start digging in, how's the business model, what can you do? Free to play, pay to win, bam, that's it. So yeah. Kark with the gifts. Thank you, man, and welcome to the stream. After playing more than 2, I can't play any other MMO, to be honest. I hear you. I mean, I hear you. You know, like I said, I've been looking for MMO since Ultima Online pretty much, and Star Wars Galaxy's era. And there's been sadly nothing. And this is the game for me as well. This is the type of game I would love to find and just dig deep into. And I will play Mortal Line 2 as well for sure. Star Citizen. So I played EVE Online on and off over a few years as well. And there was a few things I liked about that game as well. There are some similarities that we have in this game as well. You know, one is the obvious one world solution, which I think is a very cool thing to experience, because you can be famous in this world. You can make a name for yourself, and you're all in the same world. You can meet anyone else in another nationality wherever you want in the world, which is really cool and unique. And there's no downtime where there's 5 people online because everyone is sleeping, and then everyone is online on the peak time because it's not regional based servers, it's one world server. There's always action. And yeah, there was a few things I was missing in EVE Online that I think that could make it a little bit more exciting for me. And that is the more personal manual control, which I found out that Star Citizen you have an offer, which obviously make me interested in that game. But there's been a few steps moving away from that path that I think is perfect as a true sandbox game. And then I stopped following it. And also since every year, it barely progressed over the years, because why rush when you're having one of the most successful business models in the world by just selling spaceships and not having to let down anyone or risk anything by doing something that could change that outcome. So it's a strange situation they are in, being so successful still without having to commit that much. Luxury position, I guess. But yeah, the question is it going to be a large-scale MMO or what's going to happen? We will see.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
What are your stance on players using exploits they found during testing at launch? So obviously exploiting bugs, that is the whole reason with the beta, right? Finding those exploits and bugs and report them. And if that is not done, and those are being exploited after release, then we're gonna ban 100%. It's 100% illegal, and we will never tolerate it. So if you have found an exploit and you're unsure, report it now and never use such thing when we're live. But because there's no, oh, I didn't know, or I was just trying. No, bam, gone. That's it. We 100% gonna protect the game and its players that are serious to play it and pay for it.
Another one.
Same goes for cheating. Now run out. Thank you for the subscription. 5-month streak. Hey, why not take on a role like Richard Garrett did with Lord British? What do you mean, take on a role? How do you mean? How do you feel about the perception of the Mortal Line 2 community and culture online right now? Since we've been a small community with a lot of veterans, a mix of people, nice ones, grumpy ones, all kind of mix. We kind of stood still for many years in that old game, Mortal Line. And it's always been a harsh community, and people are, have their own specific style. And we thought, well, that's how these type of games are, majority, and we just adapted and, handle that.
Oh my god, another
and then
one.
we entered the stress test with Mortal Line 2. We were expecting, similar kind of community and such, because that's how most are in this category. But what happened with the biggest stress test that we launched, we got a huge influx of new players in the thousands. They flood out those vets completely and have become a dominant voice in the community as well. And what surprised us was that absolute majority was super nice and, you know, excited about the game and open for a new game. A lot of players that came from Theme Park's game and never heard about Modern Online, we thought, maybe this is going to be rough on them. But we also know that we need to improve Modern Online's first experience and educate players for them to actually have a chance. And in the stress test, that was not the focus. In the stress test, the focus was testing the server setup only. But we were blown away about so many casual players left and right worldwide saying, holy shit, this is fun, exciting, I never heard about it. I'm looking forward to play this game on release. And when we saw the players, you know, interacting in the game world, they were super happy, nice, and open to all kind of things. We never expected that. And that kind of showed us that, you know, we have a bright future here. It's not going to be that small, loud group that, you know, and that's it. There's actually a huge mix of players, all kind of styles, and that is beautiful to see. And the support from so many of you, including all, obviously, that have been with us for so many years, that knows what this is about and can see the big step up from the old game. That is obviously a big important thing for us to have that support and notice that how the community have been very exciting for us. You know, it's almost like when we released our game Kittened, there was a new audience, right? And everyone was so amazing, gave it 5 out of 5 stars, and we thought, holy shit, so nice to do games like that has such a positive audience. And, you know, because it was such a harsh difference in some way. But then when we really went into the stress test, we got the same kind of politeness and nice interactions with the majority. I mean, like I said, there will always be a mix of people, and that is also something that we want, because, you know, if everyone is on the same way and only in one way, then that kind of gets boring as well, or, you know, like one-sided. So we're building this game for a huge audience this time around, not just a PvP group, hardcore to an insanity without any feedback or logic, but to PvP players, PvE players, role players, crafters, traders, and you can go deep in all this, and there's something for everyone. And seeing that working and seeing the feedback from so many different types of players that really love that, that is really wonderful to see. So we are very positive for the future and seeing a very strong community being built as we speak with you guys. Henrik, thanks for this game. I'm hyped. We need to keep this community as amazing as it is right now, so this game has a very long, healthy life. This is the game all of us deserves and have around for a long time. Yeah, I mean, for sure that us players can affect how other players feels. So obviously that is also why we want to build that quality gaming experience. We don't want free-to-play people that are not there to actually experience the game as in depth. Some of them may just be there to do stupid things. Subscription will remove majority of those. And yeah, you know, just being, you know, war and conflicts have a part in this game, no doubt. That makes it exciting and interesting in so many different ways. But as long as we can be somewhat civil and adult and at least follow the rules within the community and game, then, you know, it's all good. We want all the different styles. And it's not that hard to follow those rules and be able to enjoy the game and focus on those fields that you are most interested in, may it be PvE or PvP or crafting, whatever. Did you copyright Rust? What? No, we didn't copyright Rust. We built Mortal Online 1 16 years ago. And this is Mortal 2, heavily improved in so many ways. And it's a unique MMORPG. We really were there at the beginning and the roots from Ultima Line. The RPG experience in Mortal 2 is amazing. I love that it feels like Asheron's Call and Ultima Line, and the subscription base is much better model than a skin shop. Yeah, I fully agree. And yeah, Ultima Line, that is where the roots come from for sure. What will say Mortal 2 is making loss, not sting so much and focus on PvE? Wolves need something to hunt. Yeah, like I said, we want all playstyles, and that is why we have very deep system now for all playstyles. And because yeah, every type of player will give something of value in some or different forms to other players. Of course, there will be ups and downs in this world, because just like in real life, this game is very similar as real life, because there are open world with few limitations, but there is a reputation and there are consequences. And you know, a group of players that find out that this other player is, you know, a bad player or whatever, or making enemies, that means that player gonna have it harder to play around without consequences, obviously, right? So you know, it's again logic. If you don't want to have too much conflict from other players, then you shouldn't be shouting loud and making too much noise and piss off players, or you know, frustrate players, because they can get back at you, right? They can make it harder for you. So you can play in the shadows, hidden in the background, and no one will care about you. Or you can be a very nice social player, socialize with different guilds that usually may be murdering people on site, but they are not murdering you because you're chill, you're a cool guy. And that's one of the beautiful thing about the game as well. Your reputation as a player and character is represented in the game world. We all know who he's talking about. Well, I'm not talking to someone specifically, but you know, it's just common sense, right? You know, you don't shit where you eat, or what the expression is in English, right? Common sense. You can create enemies for sure, and you know, players and strength in number, that can be a force to reckon with. So, but again, it's one of the cool thing with the game. Want to join Team Rocket? Nah, I'm not gonna join any guild. I will play around in the game. There are areas I wanna play around with for sure, that I'm looking forward to. Theory will be sometime after release. I don't have the time frame until we have the time to go through the roadmap, and gonna share that with you guys.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
There's something else on yes, we are adding quite a lot of different wildlife and spawns and additional things in the whole world around all cities.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
Brooks, thank you for the subscription. Will numerous version be working for launch? Yes. People remember you in this game, for sure, for sure. Will be collaboration with some other major studios. We are an independent studio, we are Starwalt, we are building something from scratch, and hopefully we will be becoming one of those major studios. Right now, you know, we have had Epic Games as a partner more or less over the years. But other than that, you know, we are simply trying to build the best MMORPG making company in the world. Pretty much going back to the roots and making something that are quite unique today, because there's nothing like it. And we're trying to build and expand on Star Wars, making it even better, grander, and expand it with good developers. The Thieves skills be added again. Yes, there will be thievery after release. Which stands with real world trading at launch. You know, in these type of games, they're always outside trading, right? And that comes with a risk. That happened in the first game, and it ended up badly for the players in many cases, where there are frauds, stunts between people, unfortunately, and that is something that happens sooner or later in that setup. So that is something we do not suggest, because if it comes a support ticket to us saying that I lost my account because I was selling this and then he took it back or whatever, that is why we don't support it and suggest anyone to not do that, because there can only be one rightful owner for your game account, and that is you that buys it. If someone else borrowed that may risk in losing that account, because again, that kind of conflict that happens between players or random people. It's safer for the player to not participate in that, because it comes with a risk. Slappy Joe with your nation. Will titles be wiped on release? Yes. That is tied to Steam, the Steam system. That is why it wasn't wiped when we wiped our system. We need to wipe Steam as well, which we will do on release. Sabertooth tagged by you. Yeah, that is our Alpha Koger as a pet. You come around eventually, Henrik. Our door is always open. all right. Nice. It's open at least. Rub rocks with the subscription. How far back am I? Confirm Team Rocket. No, I'm not in any guild, as you probably understand. I jump in the game. I've been doing so back and forth every now and then throughout the whole combat beta. It's been fun as hell to play around with you guys, doing small group fights to larger group fights.
Oh my God.
It's been really fun to participating with you guys throughout the whole beta. Raga with your nation, we'll be able to run 2 game instances at the same time, one from Steam, one another from Epic. I can't respond on that 100% sure. It depends on the system, and yeah, some of the systems and services we use from Epic and Steam. I can't answer 100% right now. Afternoon, hello chat, hello Batwire. Good evening. This game is absolutely insane. I'm so excited. I'm happy to hear that you also are excited, because we are as excited as hell. where animals give Clade XP. So some of the beasts have a little Clade XP gains now as well, along with this upcoming patch. Traditionally, it's, you know, big foes, humanoids, bosses that brings the Clade XP in general. But some of the beasts will give a little. In the future, will there be sliders for button notifications? Ooh, we got a sweatshirt here. I love this game. Please take another look at Whisper though. Yeah. We know we need some polish on Whisper, so it makes sense. The feedback on it is missing, so it's a little confusing. You know, thank you, Ixon, and I hope you enjoy that sweatshirt. Careful crafted for emote message with lead. I'm sorry to hear that. I do have some butt mods going on that may be a little rough on some stuff. I don't know. What's your take on any continent?
Another one.
Forenza with the nation. Will the names we have now be all linked to our accounts for us to use when we restart on Tuesday, or will it be first come first serve and release? So if you have a Conflux account, that means you have a name reservation along with that package. If I have a normal game account, you have no name reservation function, and that means it first come first serve. My take on NA continent is that we have worked for many years to build a ping normalization system that pretty much makes the difference between, in general, the 5 ms to 150 ms non-existence in difference-wise. After a certain range, slowly there are some differences, especially in parrying, because of how that works. But we have built and designed a game around one world server continent. But like I said earlier in this stream, is that there's a few things that we're looking for in the future that are also promising to see how we can shrink that ping normalization cap that affects everyone, so everyone gets even more, quicker, which then will allow us to speed up a few actions. So one of the things is that we now have the technology to actually run the other continent on another world continent, which is pretty cool. So that have become an option for us, if that is the right way to go for us. But yeah, this is where we stand right now. We'll be able to duel other players. Yes, we will add a duel function that we had in the first game. We see that can be convenient if you just want to spar a little bit with your friends, right? Without committing a crime. So yes, we plan to add that as soon as we can. Was in the stream until now. What did I miss, Henrik? Luconuti. I missed quite a bit. I've been running for almost 3 hours, and that is when I plan to wrap it for today's stream. But as usual, we're going to post this on our website with timestamps, so you can scroll through the most important stuff more efficiently afterwards, if you want. There are going to be more point of interest like bandit camps, all the new stuff. There are going to be more humanoids out in the world, more animals out in the world. There are going to be a few new animals out in the world. There are going to be a few dungeons, new dungeons, and expanded on some of the current dungeons. We're able to upgrade our accounts still for name reservation. I'm not sure if it is, since we moved over to the pre-purchases and on our website and on Steam. I actually don't know. I have to ask Sebastian, but I don't think so, if I'm not mistaken. When and where will the first MO con? I mean, that would be awesome, right? To do something like that with the community in the future. We will see what the future holds for us. This player has no access to Kax and Sabura. Any chance that we give some love? There is some work going on in Hilspeya with especially spawners and such. So you will see. We try to add something of interest and value and additional options around every starting city. So there's a good reason to stay in any of them. Thanks for not being AGS exclusive. Yeah, we see that Steam we always been on Steam, and it's a solid platform. It's very beneficial for many ways. So we plan to continue there, and then we're looking to expand. Obviously, as we said, we have had Epic Games as a partner for many years, on and off, and it's exciting to see that they're also starting a platform similar to Steam and expanding and growing, and offer us obviously a very good deal there as well. We're going to see fletching to craft custom arrows sometime soon, or are arrows mainly going to be obtained through the utility vendors? Sooner or later they will be in fletching crafting. That is intended. I can't say when that will be on the roadmap, but eventually you will see it on the roadmap when we have gone through that plan. Benny's butt. Is there a butt? I may have missed it, or I see that maybe it was taken care of. I'm falling behind again here. Can we see fishing as secondary skill in the future? No, it's a very powerful profession. Very powerful. It gives you so much, from materials, from crafting to dyeing to money making to alchemy to food, that it's important. It's our primary. Or everyone may getting all that for free, and it's supposed to promote a profession, a trade that is of a value and interest for those that really like it and invest in it. And therefore they can be more exclusive in that. Club is Joe with a donation again. I'm drunk on vacation with my wife before lunch. Cannot wait for Tuesday. Can you believe she tried to book this the weekend of lounge? Yeah. That she should have known, right? She should have known. All these times you've been following these weekly streams, I've seen you here every Thursday giving a lot of donations, a lot of pizza to the team here. Awesome to see that support. Obviously your woman should have known, right? I want to see how I play. We will see if that is something we can do on Monday. Right now I'm on a specific build that is in between build, and not too much I can show more right now, sadly. I failed a little bit on what I was supposed to show. But yeah, this build wasn't as good. If I can describe this game to people, I will say this. Imagine Skyrim and UO have a baby. And you. That's a good say. Remember that, yeah, especially since the influx from the stress tests, a lot of the players said, wow, this feels like Skyrim, but MMO. So yeah, I mean, for sure, the world, the open world, first person, and some of the feel. And yeah, Ultima Online for sure. A lot of the core rules inspired from that. So I think that is a pretty good reference. If those two had a baby, it could be something like Mortal 2 for sure. Nice work. Thank you, thank you. Is the Unreal Engine 5 in effect right now? Can you show us some gameplay? No, it looks pretty beautiful, right? We have pushed the visuals to the absolute limit in Unreal 4, and that is the end of it. It looks amazing. We're very happy what we have accomplished in Unreal 4, making Mortal 2. And again, with so few people, which is quite insane. We're really pushing up there between the top dogs with insane levels, and that is exciting. But no, this is not Unreal 5 yet. We have a schedule, a very rough schedule that we're gonna go through and refine after the chaos of the release madness, or what may come out of it. We are on standby for that. After that, we're gonna go through everything and kind of confirm every step. But we do plan to take the step over to Unreal 5 quite soon after release, because there's a few things that we greatly benefit from using in that engine. We were starting to build that on our own in Unreal 4 several months ago, but when we noticed that they are now building that in Unreal 5, it didn't make sense to commit more time there. So yes, sometime not too far away, hopefully, is the plan after release. We will take the step over to Unreal 5. Is Haven going to survive the launch? Yes. So that is what we had to test, obviously, because when we started the new server setup, how that is scaling, that we did on the wipe, then we saw some of those issues that wasn't correct setup with the new hardware. So very useful for us, obviously, to go through that. And so we had that fixed, and now we have a huge farm of havens that allows us to get over 100,000 players, if things goes as planned. So we are prepared for a lot of players initially to join the game. Will Kogar be out on release then? Yes, this Kogar will be in the world for sure. This is a alpha Kogar. So there is a normal normal Kogar as well that doesn't have the thick fur and a little bit less muscles. On Steam release, will it appear as a new game in the library, or will it just be like a patch for us? It will be released as a new game on Steam, but you will be able to patch from your current one, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So you will have, I guess, a little bit faster than anyone else that are buying it on release day. You simply patch it and you're ready. He's way back in chat. Holy shit, I am. I'm jumping down, guys. I'm jumping down. Let me jump down, guys. Sorry for possible missing some good questions here, but yeah, I'm way behind. I'm too slow, guys. Okay, let's see. Where are we? Pro tip for everyone that's already been through the tutorial and don't need it on Tuesday is end tutorial when you first get into Haven. Any veteran of you guys or beta players that have been here since the beta, you obviously know what you're doing, right? You can do whatever you want without risking any problems, right? But yeah, obviously anyone that haven't played the game before should really take their time on Haven for a few reasons, both for their own sake to get into the game, learn how to parry at least, get going, learn how things works, and also we want to spread out the login steps, right? So hopefully all new players will take their time, and yeah, I guess many of you vets, beta players will give some room by leaving Haven probably earlier than many others. 1,000 players going to block the value bank. Yeah, so we've been working on expanding, adding additional bankers outside, left and right, and seem to make it easier. But yeah, we hope that players will spread out, just how it was in Ultima Online. I remember when Britain got too crowded around the bank, there was an additional bank, and after that my option was, if I thought it was too laggy there, I left for another city, and then eventually I built my own home and base with my guild.
Another one.
The natural evolution, and those things will most likely happen in Immortal Line 2 as well. And when you go, sorry, sorry. The count on our website is our golden estimation for when we plan to go live. So you can check the countdown timer, and you will see when it's time. So in Haven, how could that matter if you can't fit that many in Milan? So yeah, 100,000 in Haven obviously would be too crowded. There's a natural cap when you stand on each other's and there's thousands of players on the screen. Your client gonna struggle, right? But we don't expect all those players showing up the first minute, all of them moving over the first minute, or even survive from Haven, or even think that this game may not be for some, they're expecting something else, but they wanted to try it out. A lot of those, we don't want them obviously to steal performance on Milan. So it's a very good first step where all those also, doesn't take any performance at all from Milan. During the stress test, we saw a lot of people going in and out in huge numbers. And then we saw a huge group that were playing non-stop, and they were all pulling from the same performance. But that was also necessary for us to see where are the bottlenecks and how do we need to expand the server farm on the physical landscape. How do we spread out this power on Milan? So now we have boosted Milan immensely. It's there's no real hard cap other than where it becomes, the gaming experience starts to become too crowded. And obviously that there is a number for that. We don't know exactly what that number is. You can also speculate on what that number becomes too crowded on Milan. But that is also where we say that, okay, now if the game experience is going down, performance for all clients going down, that's where we can pause sales. And then that pressure will instantly calm down. Also, especially over days after release, chaos and madness goes down when people start playing more normal hours rather than non-stop initially. And of course, the next step is for us to expand on the next continent. Will Model 9 be on GeForce Now? Yes, it will be on launch, and on Monday we're going to have a super stream. Don't miss it, because we're going to have some sponsorship. Nvidia's here to give away GeForce Now subscriptions, several of those. We're going to give away Mortal 9 games, obviously. We're gonna give away hardware. I'm pushing Nvidia to give us 30 shares to give away. We're planning to give away a gaming computer and gaming hardware, and just spoil you guys, just as much as you guys have spoiled us. So it's gonna be really fun day. Monday,
Oh my god.
a long stream day. Gonna have a lot of fun, talk about Modern Online, pre-hype, and do giveaways. Canopu Strikes with the donation. Hello Henrik, love the game. Please just consider that not anyone is able to pay 50 sub every month. Is it worth losing thousands of players due to this subscription being so expensive? Maybe lowering a bit would be more profitable, just an advice. It's a good and valid question, and it's a very important topic that we have been discussing quite a few times in our streams. And yeah, I could go over it one more time, I guess. But yeah, so obviously we're looking into the whole setup with the different payment options and worldwide and all that, to make sure that it's easy and convenient and correct for everyone in the world. And then the next step is that this is a normal subscription fee, just like in EVE Line, Ultima Line, World of Warcraft. Those few MMOs that are running a subscription-based model, which is that amount. But what you get in return for that is a very high quality of gaming experience. There's a confirmed minimum experience and content you always get. You get the same content as everyone else. It's no pay to win, no locked content, and all that. And just as we said before, usually if you want to play a game seriously and it's a free to play, you're paying more than $14 a month to compete on a normal level or getting cool stuff. Just that it sneaks up on you. You hear that it only costs $2, cheap, great. I paid, it's for me. But after that month have ended, you paid more than $14. And that is the sneaky way with that business model, and why it's very successful as well. But if you look on your bank account, usually you end up paying more for those games, and you have to keep paying more if you want to keep competing, or you will be way back. That's not happening in Mortal Line, obviously. You get access to everything. Your player skills and knowledge matters just as much as everyone else. And we also are all more protected by a more quality gaming experience. There are no free-to-play players that are just there to do stupid things, try stupid things, and wreck things for us and you as players. If they want to do that, they have to buy the game and subscribe to the game. And if we ban them, quite hard for them to go through that hurdle again. So, as you can see, there's many very solid good reasons why I think it's worth considering the subscription, even though it sounds like it may be, not as common today as it was when everything started with Ultima Line and World of Warcraft.
Oh my god,
so yeah, it's something to consider. Can I talk about the Asian farmers? That is one of the reasons as well. So a subscription-based game obviously puts some demands on an Asian farmer, right? So already there, it's a different case for them. And, the nature of Modern Online, that puts additional requirements for a casual farmer that doesn't have, instant interaction or protection. I'm a little bit behind again, I see. Okay, I'm gonna skip down a little bit here. I could do a poll right now. I guess I could. Okay, for the fun of it, boom. Per your requests. You can do your votes. Whoops, what did I just click? For the fun of it. I missed one response though. I don't want subscription. I would like to see how many there is that have that option in here as well. Shall I redo it real quick? A beautiful moment of fame. Yo, Kovacs. So is 14 the standard $14 subscription too much for Modeline 2? Is the poll currently. And we have 18% yes, 76% no, 6% too cheap. So yeah, quite strong response on that. You know, it's the normal subscription fee. But like I said, so I mean, we're fully aware of that there are quite a few new players that are coming from those other games, and you know, the more free-to-play models, and have that kind of experience and don't feel comfortable with having a subscription fee every month. We see that point, but as soon as we start discussing it and pointing out what are you getting for it and how does it improve your gaming experience, that number changes quite drastically. But sure, there will still be cases where people are, you know, simply not in a position to pay that right now, or for any other reason. That is understandable. But yeah, I think that this is important and the best way for our type of game. So yeah, there it is. 73% you know, think it's a normal sub, and it's fine and good for the game. Isn't the sub $14.25? It could be that I wrote wrong number. Yeah, it's gonna be one of those standards. Could be the $14.25. Yeah, could be my bad. Lockout income players from a bunch of countries. You heard the game. Yeah, so like I said, we are talking to some big players here. Epic Games is one of them when it comes to the payment solution and options there. Obviously, we want to do everything we can to make sure that we have the best possible system in place and can support our players worldwide. Every country have different payment solutions or payment methods that we need to support for obviously reaching out to those players, first of all. So we are going through that as we speak as well. Different pricing too. Yes, that's true also. And we're discussing those questions as well. Angry, they're charging 40 and then 15 a month. So you do get the 1 month included in that 40. And that is, to start the account commitment. And we also do need to somehow, obviously, cover our expenses. We have salary, we have servers, we have staff members, and we also need to make a living on this. So there are, obviously minimum costs that we require to make it happen. And everything on top of that break even allows us to reinvest into the game development and make it even better, expanding the team, etc. Discount for the other subscription would be nice. Yeah, I think that is something we're gonna be able to offer. So if you wanna, you're gonna play the game for a long time, then yeah, you can save some bucks by committing to a longer subscription option. Most likely we will offer that. Thievery is sometime after release. So like I said, we're gonna sit down and work on the roadmap. I'm going to present that to you, and that's going to give you the estimate on what we're looking at in some of those near features. When people play MO2 daily, it's several thousands are logging in on a daily basis. I don't have the exact number right now. It's changes on a daily basis. Nice jumper, thank you. Buying game next paycheck right now. You convinced me. Am I still behind? I'm behind the chat, so I'm almost not sure what you're referring to here right now. Have Haven getting nerfed? Yes, in Clade XP it is nerfed. Is the game supposed to have multiple accounts? No. Cancel Netflix and sub MO2. That's an option. With the Discord button on crafting up and bow come back. I'm not even sure what happened with that one.
Oh my
Our
god.
guys have to confirm on that one. I'm not 100% sure. Mart Thief donation. Thank you, man. I know we have to wait for the roadmap on theory, but do you have a guess from any month or launch? after launch it will take really difficult. There's quite a few areas that we're looking at. We have Magic School, we have TC and sieging, additional options for housing. We have thievery. And there could be issues, anything that may require our attention for a few days on release, that can very well happen as well. So it's too difficult for me to pan that out right now. We need some more time to sit down and go through it and discuss it with every developer. So I'm sorry, I can't really estimate right now. It would be bad if I'm way off. I want to see character creation. Yeah, on Monday, most likely, I'm gonna show you some character creation. And then, the next day you're gonna have it yourself. So we're very close, guys. We haven't have capped skills. I think even vets are planning to stay in Haven for a long time or release. It's going to be pure hell for you to grind your clades, and you can't make any money. You can't progress on skills. So for a veteran, it wouldn't be logical to stay for a long time. You would do things 10 times faster by going to Midland. And you can even progress in other important areas on your character at the same time. So it wouldn't make much sense for veterans to stay on Haven. I mean, you can if you want, but you will be way behind. Way behind. Way behind. When you go to Milan, I'm gonna punch you with steel sword. And you're gonna run around in leather. I'll definitely get the Steam version because I prefer all my games in Steam. That is perfectly fine. So you will be able to choose from Steam and Epic Games Store. I can't say if we're going to be on Epic Games Store the first week of release or shortly thereafter. Obviously, we want to make it as fast as we can. Again, to be as available as possible worldwide. Some people prefer Epic Games Store. Many prefer Steam. The Epic Games Store is a little bit more beneficial for us economy-wise. But we get a lot in return from Steam, so we are not complaining on the bigger share with Steam. We need more sources of Clade XP to farm. Yeah, and you have very little of that on Haven. That's why it wouldn't be very efficient to progress, on your character on Haven as a veteran. But yes, there are more beasts. Some beasts now also give some Clade XP at least while you're hunting them. And there are more humanoids that gives
Oh my god,
XP.
another one. Another one.
King Cameo Official, thank you for the subscription. Netflix has regional pricing. Yes, we are looking into all our options. So we will make an update as soon as we have kind of the agreement in place with our partners, and you will know exactly what's going on. Is account sharing allowed? Logging into a guildmate's tune. So when that happened in the first game, in many cases it was fine, and then sooner or later bad things happen. For instance, people not getting along anymore, or people are stealing from each other's, and then one claim that I own it, I need a reset of password, and obviously there can only be one owner, right? Some cases also, yeah, he gave that account to me, I'm leading this, that, and that now. Doesn't matter, you're not owning the account if you didn't buy it, right? Because we can't support someone transferring an account to someone else, and therefore that comes with a great risk. You may end losing it. A lot of people lost their account in the first game, and people got upset, but they should be upset at the players ripping them off or whatever conflict happened, right? So we highly doesn't suggest anyone to share account because there can only be one owner. We confirm that owner and he owns it, no one else. And if we see also, shady things happen on this account, for instance, if someone borrowed it, broke some rules, abused an exploit or anything, that account would be banned no matter what. So, and depending on what happened, obviously we can also see that, that your other account may be banned if you're sharing borrowing that account, breaking the laws on that account. You may lose your original account as well, because if you're breaking the rules, you're going to lose your rights to play the game. So we don't suggest to share accounts, and we never suggest anyone to borrow or jump in on anyone else's account, because that could lead to removal of that account, and depending on what may happen or can happen, you may also lose your other account if you're breaking rules or something like that. So I hope that makes sense. And again, just to protect the game and for us to follow what's possible to follow, that's what we can do. On another note, congratulations on getting me hooked on this awesome game. Great job and keep it up. Thank you, Chappie. Thank you. Thank you. We are very happy when new players showing up and are loving the game. That is really what boosts our energy on a daily basis. So basically sharing is allowed, but we are responsible for the risk. So we're not sitting and doing witch hunts and looking on accounts on a daily basis when it comes to where log in, if you have moved location or anything, because that happens, right? So it's kind of what's practical here. But obviously if someone are contacting our support saying my account is locked, or I want to reset my account, and then when that's happened, because we confirm he's the owner, and then all of a sudden another guy say, no, that's my account, he gave it to me, that's when it becomes a mess, right? And that's when we can't help when a player has promised someone else and then not fulfilling that promise. That is when that account may be closed instead, So we never suggest to share accounts because of that reason. And it happens so many times in the first game. And it ends in people losing accounts. And that can be unfortunate, right? So consider that, Think one more time before jumping in on someone's account or lending your account to someone else, because that is private information. It's your account and password, and you should never share that with anyone. It may end up in losing it. I'm convinced by the stock market report said there is 60,000 active players. How do you count by active players? Isn't there 25k players, people that bought it for full price, and 28k on Steam? There's only 53k players in total. Then. No, the rest is not GMs. So we started to sell games back in the stress tests. That's the reason. So the sales we reported now was only the latest weeks when we went into pre-purchases on Steam. So if you add them back from the stress test when people bought the game as well, that's why we're reaching that number. Wikipedia. Can I play this game for me more with PvE, or is it not possible because I'll kill you in PvP? Mr. Freddy, this game have been expanding heavily in PvE, and I have to say it has one of the most exciting PvE in any MMO I played so far. And if you ask the players that have tried our PvE currently, trying to fight our bosses, etc., that's what they're telling us, that they have been enjoying it a lot. So if you like PvE, exciting PvE with a challenge and a huge variation of how you may fight these creatures, then yes, this game may be very much for you. You do have to consider though that it's an open world without limitations, which means there can be players that murder and can PvP at pretty much at every place in the world. There are cities and security that kind of keep things civil. There are guilds and alliances that kind of protect each other's, or having wars, or anything goes. So as long as you keep that in mind, that there's always a risk, only carry what you can afford to lose is a good rule to use. There are many banks in the world that you 100% can store your items, and you can also, when you lose something, it's also very quick and easy to gear up again. You can always build something new quite easily, or you can buy something new from other players, and you're good to go again. So it's good to get used to danger and death and loss, and as soon as you accept that, it's not going to be a problem anymore. If you're heavily into PvE, you can seek like-minded guilds. You can apply and find groups and guilds that enjoy PvE in the game, and you can play with them, and you can have that kind of protection as well if there's murderers trying to attack you. And the world is huge. There are many different dungeons and locations, so if one area is full with war, conflicts, and PvP players, you can always move away from that and be on the other side of the world, and it may be less violent. So I hope that gives you a good answer, Mr. Freddy. An idea when Unreal will become first year? Yes. That is the plan, for sure. Are there any plans for catch-up mechanics for people who can't know live the game? So this is the thing with this game as well. Our game is not grindy compared to most other traditional MMOs. So that means if you don't have too much time, depending on obviously what you're interested in, or interested in PvE, PvP, or crafting, or exploration, or whatever, you can always participating in actions by training up your action skills, like swords or whatever combat group you're interested in, and that is quite straightforward. That's not a grind. It's pretty quick, and your stats and your character builds fairly quick as well. So that means you can very quickly be combat ready, either in PvP or PvE or whatever. And then there are areas that takes longer time, more dedication, exploration. We have crafting, very deep crafting systems. Some of the magic takes time. So it all depends on what you're interested in, but there are for sure areas that you can tap in and out quite easily and quick without having to invest too much time. It's not that, some of those other games, you have to grind heavily and so much to be best at PvP, for instance, because you have the best gear or highest skill that takes months to get. That's not a thing here. you can get to that PvP level and have player skills within a few days, and compete at any level. Can prepare the sub so there's no issues at launch. You don't need to activate the sub on launch as of now. If you already own the game, you can log in as soon as the server is online. The subscription check will happen. You have 1 month included in your game. So that means when that is running out, that's when you lose access to the game and have to activate a subscription to continue play. So it should be fine on release. Living in Scotland, I approve of your screen, Eric. The dude look like a painted pict. It's beautiful. I love the scenery. I love the scenery. It shows a better, view of what the game looks and what you can see when you're running around in the world compared to the sword in the skull starting scene we had before, right? One concern is getting ganked over and over. Are there any safe area besides the first island you start on? If I'm buying something from an NPC, another player can kill me while I'm looking at the shop items. So no, there are security in the game world. So there are a few starting cities that are heavily guarded and protected. Some more, some less, and then there are some without guard and protection. So when you leave Haven, on Haven no one can kill a player. When you leave Haven, you get to pick a starting city. And those starting cities have protection. So they're guards. As long as you're close to guards, those guards will protect you if someone tries to attack you. But they can attack you. So you should always be on your guard if you're on a location, you're not sure where you are. And obviously if you're carrying things of value, you should be careful and consider that. So that is why it's important to use the bank for any of your valuables, because you can never lose your items from your bank. And if you stay close to guards, they will always protect you if someone is becoming a criminal by attacking you or something like that. But yeah, as soon as you leave city guard protection, then there's no one protecting you other than yourself or other players. The world is very large, so there could be areas that are populated with more PvP players and guilds, murderers, and if you think that this area is infested by hostile players, then maybe you want to leave that area and find a new location in the world. There are many different locations and cities in the world that attracts different types of players. So if you want to move away from some of the conflicts, there are going to be most likely a few options where you can move away from those areas. So yeah. And if you're in an unlawful city and someone is killing you over and over again, then you can decide not to resurrect there and run as a ghost to another city or other location in the world to avoid that situation. Can you explain more how much Clade gift experience is nerfed in Haven? So it's pretty much cut in half. So it takes a long time to level up now on Haven. And being a veteran, you want to expand your character in simultaneous ways at the same time. Everything from stats, skills, Clade XP. And it's not the efficient way to do that in Haven. They plan on boosting the spawns for launch. Also, any 8 on other missing mobs mounts like removals. Yes, we added several new spawners in the whole world, around cities and in different areas of the world. Both more of the same types and more horses, more of the same types, and some new types, and a few more dungeons and expansion on that have been added to the world in this next patch. Will there come any way to faster travel? No, mounts will be the most common efficient way to travel effectively over the world. There will be ships also later that obviously will be effective to move over sea areas in a more efficient way, and that's also how you reach to other continents, etc. So that will be and wagons also coming. That will be the common way of effectively transporting and traveling. And I see I'm quite behind again, guys. Our game is not grindy. It's not grindy at all if you compare it to most other MMOs. And just like you see here in the chat, people say they're maximizing their character way too fast, which obviously is an indication of most people think it's too fast. Obviously, we want to find a good middle ground where we think that there are some parts that should be big investment, long-time terms, goals, and some are more straight to it. That, to learn how to fight with a sword, pretty straightforward. You can do that quickly and you can compete at any level. Your player skills is the rest. So yeah, I wouldn't say it's grindy at all. I played many MMOs that are, and most of them are much more grindy than Mortal Line. This game, not grindy. Definitely not. I love the grind. Yeah, like I said, we all have different preferences and opinion, right? And that's how it always will be. But as long as we have the game design a red line, that we know that there are supposed to be a lot of depth and things that will take a long time to master, figure out, and fully, master. But like I said, there are also those instant or quick progression in. Like I said, we want people to feel that they can learn how to use a weapon fairly fast and be effective out in the world. Obviously, the next step is how effective you are depending on your player skills. But there will be a lot of other things like, some of the magic schools will be very difficult in the challenge and time consuming to fully master and discover. Different things will take different things pretty much. So it all depends on what you're looking for. Will most, if not all, the creature and feature from Mortal 1 be introduced in Mortal Line 2 at release? Also, will Thursa players be able to interact more with Rystar factions? I think the Clade should allow us to trade with Rystar's mercenary, or allow us to give them player heads for rep, Clade, or gold. So, most of the things, feature-wise, creatures, etc., or move on from the first game to the second game, yes. There are several areas where things wasn't totally correct, like some names, some styles. Those we are correcting this time around. We're very careful in doing it correct this time. And some things were not fully planned or intended. It came in one way and we kind of went with it for certain reasons. That is also something we are not redoing the same way. And then some things and features didn't turn out well or played well or was fun enough or balanced enough. Those were also taking our time to rewrite and change them to make it better. So it all depends on what area we're talking here. most of the creatures are coming now. We're adding a few more creatures in this next patch that are important for Mortline on Mewland, that we want to have them there. But we don't plan to add tons of new creatures just for the sake of adding them on Mewland. So we have a huge, pretty much a database of all the flora and fauna, the different continents, everything planned for the future. And it's really nice to have that planned somewhat already, because that means we can continue on that list and add it. So that means we're pretty much done with Mewland how it is now. There's a few things we want to add a little bit and expand on. And there are still some areas, we tried our best obviously to cover floating things, holes in the terrain. The world is huge. And like I said, we don't have that many people that can go through all that. We're crunching through it. We have different people working in different areas. But obviously, that can still be a thing that we have to follow up on every now and then. If someone finds something floating again, or hole, or something bad in the world, that is something that may come in any of the upcoming patches to fix that as well. So we already have, for instance, the world is so much larger that we have several thousand more animals and wildlife already than we have in Mortline 1. The world is 6 times larger, so obviously we need a lot more wildlife to make it feel as alive as we want. But like I said earlier, it doesn't mean that we want to make it look and feel like World of Warcraft, like every 5 meters there's a new type of animal or creature or monster with higher level and so on, because it's not that type of game world. It's not going to be like in this area it's always level 50 plus, and this area is always level 20 plus, where you transition through it. The whole world is the playground here. It's a big sandbox, right? And you can revisit and travel how you want, whenever you want. And there may be some changes and things that happens with the AI when there are planned invasions and conflicts in the game world. And those will, of course, spice things up. Holy shit, what's going on here right now? Is the Risers invading, or what's going on? Or is the Tagmatons coming back? What's going on? That is something where we plan to invest a lot of value and interesting things, rather than just throwing out 30 new animals and they're just the same and spread out. So we try, and also we want the game world to feel somewhat realistic and alive. When you see something, find something, manage to hunt it down, it should feel like a, somewhat as an achievement, accomplishment as well. So yeah, I hope that kind of covers a little bit what we're aiming for more this time around as well. Give us some super amazing titles to grind or capes. There's a new cape coming in on live as well, and it's beautiful as damn. And yeah, there's quite a few to find and discover. And yes, so we're starting with a solid base pack. You're gonna see a little wipe, obviously, and you're gonna see some rearrangements. And that is a solid core base of starting with the titles that you can explore and discover. You don't know how you get them until you get them. So it's pretty interesting and mysterious. And we do plan to, we have quite a list here, and we're not able to add all of them at one time, because you unlock them in some different ways. But you will see in upcoming patches those coming into the game as well. That sound was cut off. Strange, right? What happened? Did it bug out? Did I get a... Yeah, I got a subscription. Briar Ogmir with the subscription. Thank you, man. And Sandbox Podcast with the subscription. Thank you so much. Let me scroll down. I'm way behind again, guys. Henrik, did you guys change fishing in the latest patch? Yes, so we have obviously gathered a lot of data and feedback since fishing went in, and we saw some disturbing numbers that we had to address, which we have done, and also a case where the balance and factors wasn't 100% where it should be. So we have adjusted that a little bit to make sure it's not getting out of boundaries. So yeah, there's been a change. As CEO, what's your personal favorite part of the project? What makes you smile each day when you log into the world you've built and think, yeah, this is really cool? Quadraphonic. You know, as of late, I have not had time to log in much, unfortunately, because I've been flooded with work. But I always end my day with watching you guys play the game on Twitch. It's a really wonderful piece of thing, this Twitch TV, because I can get some joy out of it by just watching you guys play. So I watch all of you guys, you know, from new players to veterans, to see what's going on, how do you play it, how do you interact with it, and what do you struggle with, or you know, what makes you laugh and what makes you say wow. That is very exciting and giving fruitful, pretty much. So that is something that I find quite relaxing. But almost every evening when I'm trying to wave down, I'm doing that quite often. Henrik, how's Thievery coming along? And anywhere in Demolition? So Thievery is still planned for sometime after release. We're gonna try to make the roadmap as soon as we can, and that will be more clear. How does it look when we can expect those things going into the game? So we need to wait a little bit more. We have quite the focus now with the release first of all. So yeah, Quadraphonic. I hope that kind of covers it. So I'm very happy that Twitch TV is a thing, because that gives me that easy accessibility to kinda get some game experience without sitting at the computer and playing. So I can actually go to bed, look at my iPad, and enjoy you guys playing it. And that's very, like I said, it gives a lot. I enjoy that. And what I find most exciting is when you fight the tier 2 mobs, because I always see your focused reaction, and it's awesome. That's really, you know, give us the satisfaction that we've done something cool here, and you guys are enjoying it, laughing. That is really nice. I love seeing that. So that's why I've been provoking some of you guys. Are you going for the queen or king this time? Or you have to beat the vessel, or you know, you're not ready for launch if you haven't beat them yet. That would be through website, right? The sub setup. Yeah, you will be able to set up the subscription on website. Eta for vet system. Almost thought you meant veterinary, but you mean the veteran, I guess. I can't say. Again, we need to wait until after release and when we have the time to go through the roadmap. How much will I struggle to play with a higher ping from Australia? Odin Styles, we have a lot of players, and it's rapidly growing actually from Australia. And I would say that yes, they do have the tendency to have the highest ping, and some of them are on the edge where it becomes an experience factor that is, you know, that may be worse. But it's surprisingly how well it works with the absolute majority of the Australian players. So when we worked on the ping normalization system, we worked directly with Australian players, because we knew if we can manage to work well with those pings, it's done, you know. So it's a very good high threshold that we were working against, very hard. And yes, those Australian were extremely happy and impressed to see, holy shit, I've never been able to participate in PvP on that type of level in Mortal Kombat 1, but now when I'm doing it in Mortal Kombat 2, I can participate. It's a blast. It works. But again, there's some cases in Australia. I don't know where it is, out in the no man's land with some odd internet connection. I don't know. But yeah, then sometimes it gives packet loss and very huge spikes, and that could ruin the gaming experience somewhat. I have reached out to Exit Lag, right, to see if we can do a collaboration somehow, because we also noticed that a lot of people have tried it, have actually got a noticeable improvement in the latency as well. So I'm looking into that to see if that we can do something that help you get access to that in a more beneficial way. So I would say, I guess you have to try it to know for sure where you stand with your connection. But there's a good chance, like I said, we have several thousand. It's really growing quickly in Australia, which is quite surprising. I didn't expect that Australia would be growing that much, but it is for some reason. So I just bought the game and I'm enjoying the immersion. You probably already talked about it, but I wish I could know if you plan to implement third-person view. I like to see my character in the landscape. Foods. I'm happy you find your way into Mortal Kombat 2. But we are not planning to add third-person support, and that is for very important reasons. We want you to feel truly immersed. You play as your character. You see from your character's eyes, and that means you can't rotate and cheat around corners, which you do in third person. You have to actually peek out like this and show your face, and you need to hide yourself, like in real life. And it adds so much of value and immersion and player skills and unique gaming experience. And there can also be a lot of scare tactics that you can't have when you're seeing your character from above. So, and we fully built the combat system around first person. It's very detailed and highly skilled in terms of traces and hitboxes. And that all changes if we would change the view person. So so I hope that embrace that and see the value in that, and you will have a unique gaming experience like no other MMO. Will be a murder system kind of like you? Yeah, so we pretty much used the exact system in the first game, and the majority wasn't really happy with that, and we also saw where it didn't make fully sense. So we took the opportunity to refine that system, and it's split up in two systems, pretty much interlinked somewhat, and it will also be built upon in the future. That gives even more depth and consequences. So what that means is that yes, you can become a murderer, which means you get the red status, you're a murderer, but you're not publicly known as a murderer, because how do I know you are a murderer if I'm just found you for the first time ever? But if you get a bad standing with the specific nation, this city that you're living in, you can get banned from that city. So you can't enter anymore because you have messed your reputation in that city. And then what we're adding after release is what ties to the murder system as well, and that is the bounty system. So we want to add a system that hopefully it gives a more exciting experience for everyone that are participating with or against murdering. So that means you can sign up as a bounty hunter and actually get rights to hunt these murderers. And those murderers, they may have a positive standing in a city, standing there at the bank, feeling secure. All of a sudden, they can get a backstab from a bounty hunter, because this bounty hunter have the rights to kill you and collect your head, because he have that deed in his pockets from a bounty hunter. So that means the murderers always have to watch their back. They will never be safe anywhere in the world. So that is the system we plan to expand into, to make murder system even more interesting and have more depth. There's a few things we need to evaluate and go through to see, does it really work as intended? Is it balanced? And hopefully, it can't be abused. And if that is, a check on all those, that is what we are adding. If that doesn't work as intended, not great, not fun, abused, then we may have to, go back to the roots again. So that is the thing we want to evaluate, which we need more time for before we can add it. Is there a link to rewatch the character creation process, or is it yet to start? No, I'm sorry. So my previous build was working. I tested it, set up everything. I said, great, I can show that in today's stream. Then I got an update, so I updated my build, and that build was in between, and it messed up what I wanted to show. Quite unfortunate and embarrassing from my end. So I failed. So you could only watch this beautiful new starting scene. But on Monday, I plan to do a pre-release stream, and you can't miss that stream, because that's gonna be a hell of a stream. We're gonna have a lot of cool stuff going on, and I may be able to show that step. Then we're gonna do heavy big giveaways with Nvidia, StarVault, and some other gaming hardware. So it's gonna be a blast. So you don't want to miss Monday for sure. That's gonna be a really big, exciting stream. And did you guys change fishing in latest patch? Yeah, I did. Am I way behind again? I did respond on that like 2-3 minutes ago, right? Let me see. Your team has updated to latest build. Have they? Shall I give it a try, guys? You sneaky Uton. Are looking on our test branch. Very sneaky indeed. Very sneaky. We will see. I'm not sure if it's that part is solved in this. Like I said, it was one of those last minutes that did work in the previous one, but yeah, those scenes have been updated lately. They have a skill limit in Haven. We do not have that right now, no. But we have limited, or we have cut the Clade XP gain in half pretty much. So it's hell to Clade level on Haven. It's 10 times faster on Meerland. So but it can still stay there and remain. Like I said, we are happy if people decide to, at least a lot of people decides to stay there for quite a while. It helps a lot to spread the load on the different steps. So it's actually good for us, and of course, especially if new players remain there, so they learn more of the game, get into the game, and give it a fair chance before they are ready for the more challenging, dangerous step entering into Meerland. But also very much more exciting. Understand there's only one mega server, however, are there separate instances like World 1, 2, etc.? No, so there's only one place where there are instances, and that is Haven. That is the tutorial island, where players everyone starts on, and you can remain there as long as you want, but there are limitations on what you can bring with you. But you can still, progress your character, learn, practice. When you feel ready, you can leave Haven, and that brings you to the real world, which is called Nave, the first continent, Meerland. And Meerland is one huge world, around 400 square kilometers. No instances, no loading screens whatsoever when you move over this world. And that is a really cool system that we have built to allow that, and it's a beautiful world. So no instances, no loading at all when you enter the real world. Did I miss you confirming we'll be able to dye equipment? Also, can we create dyes, or will they be alchemist or vendor only? So you will be able to create your own color in a dye tube, and to create your color is quite the exploration on its own. There are thousands of components that give you a color extract in different strengths, and you can refine it to make it more effective. So the players are determining what kind of colors are being produced in the world, and then you use this dye tube to pretty much sink your soft dye tissues, like soft pieces on armors, clothes. If you sink this into the bin, you will get that color. You can make your banners, your flags, your guild emblems, and using the colors on those as well. So it's going to be a quite cool system how you color things in the world. Is no third person an intentional design decision without possibility of change in the future? Yes. Did you catch me elaborate on that question a few minutes ago? Because yeah, I went through why first person only for very good reasons. But I see I'm falling behind, so it could be that you have heard the response already. And the same question for the third time, Grand Rip. Did you change the fishing in the latest patch? Yes, we did. We balanced it because it was way out there. Does the game have many mechanics to protect solo or duo players from getting third ganked by just 50 guys? I mean, so what we're trying to give here is reason for the different play styles to be exciting and interesting. So for 50 people just to roam around and kill innocent new players is not very exciting, and you know, it's not very rewarding. There are not going to be any benefit, no loot, because that is not an interest if you're, you know, an experienced fighter. So we're adding more interest points and conflict points for those that enjoy PvP, so they can go deep into that area and have more, you know, fulfilling PvP experience where it matters, and fight against other skilled PvP players and enjoy that. While solo players may find there are other areas in the game world where they enjoy that kind of gaming experience. So, you know, it depends entirely on what you are interested as a player. PvE, PvP, role-playing, crafting, trading, exploration. Obviously depends on your preferences. But yes, we have... The first game was quite much harder on solo gameplay, also because one character was even more heavily limited on what he could do. You could pretty much only become a fighter or only a crafter. You know, you couldn't do more on one character. This time we rebuilt the character systems. You can become a fully fledged fighter, but you can also become a fully fledged crafter and mix match and, you know, do whatever things in those fields. So it's two separate trees instead with separate skill pools. So all of a sudden you can tap into more things on your one character. So, and yes, we focus a lot. We actually got surprisingly a lot of solo players that enjoyed more than one roaming around. It was quite harsh and difficult to you know, accomplish things in the first game, but we knew that there was a huge demand for that. So obviously we want to start giving solo and small groups more value in Mortal Kombat 2, not just the big ones and that's it. So there are for sure good steps for solo and small groups to enjoy in Mortal Kombat 2, and then it obviously goes straight to, or all the way to, huge group efforts as well. So I, you know, just talking to a lot of our players that do enjoy playing quite a bit solo, or with small groups or their friends. We hear a lot of good feedback from them. They're enjoying the game and can find a lot of joy in different areas. What amazing login screen. Insane. Indeed. Let's see here if we are in any luck. One second, you don't see my screen here. I see. There we go. Let's see if we are in any luck on this build. Exploring is a ton of fun and excitement till you encounter a pack of wolves in the dark. Then it's still exciting, but a lot less fun. Depends on, are you meaning specifically wolves or player wolves? Yeah, a pack of wolf is a deadly thing in Mortal Online for sure. And if you don't react in time, that can be a deadly outcome. And yeah, it's quite horrific when you hear that bark in your back or getting bit. But it's all part of the exploration and excitement, right? There are danger for sure out there in the world. Very dangerous animals, and obviously also some players can be very dangerous. But yeah, you know, pretty quickly, most players adapt and learn what kind of danger are you facing and how do you adapt to that danger and avoid it, etc. So it's all part of the game, right? Having that knowledge and experience makes you so much stronger as a survivor adventurers. Can just put a time on how long you spend in Haven, and then poof. You know, if it comes down to that, okay, apparently everyone is staying on Haven, it's becoming a problem. If that happens, obviously we need to look into what can we do to change that. We don't believe it's gonna be a major problem and that everyone is gonna stay there. But, you know, this is the thing with this type of game. Sometimes things, you know, changes and for different reasons, and we simply have to be ready. Pro tip, don't join a large guild. I guess it depends on the guild and your preferences, right? Immortal Line, the RP following for this game is gaining more and more momentum. What is the priority of adding playable musical instruments in game? Woven Souls. So we're gonna have instruments, musical instruments in Mortal Line. I need specific game design from Matt because I know that he's gonna do something amazing with it, and we want that. And it's also a requirement because that is a tool for one of our magic school, which is the harmonism school. So there will be instruments for sure, you know, everything from common casual game, you know, playing instruments in the tavern, background music, to, you know, players should be able to play tunes. You know, it would be so cool if someone could play the Diablo lute. Would be cool, right? And like I said, it's gonna tie into one of the magic schools as well. So the question is when. Are migrating into Unreal 5? Yes. Sometime after release, that is what we're moving towards, because we need a few important functions from that engine, which we're not gonna touch or try to build in Unreal 4. Did I miss you confirming will I be able to dye equipment? Yes, you did miss that. I elaborated quite heavily on that question. In short, yes, you will be able to create and extract the color in the world from different resources. And using that color in a dye tube, you will be able to color soft tissues, clothes, banners, etc. Did you change the fishing latest patch for a 5th time? Yes. What is going on here? Am I mic broken or what's going on? We're able to max a character in a week. I mean, maxing stats and basic skills, some action skills, combat skills are quite straightforward. And you can max those fairly easily. Obviously, it depends on how much you're playing per day. But then there are other skills that will take longer. So depends on what you wanna, what area you may wanna max. And then we have the Clade XP. That's also obviously depends heavily on how you're hunting Clade XP. Can it be an instance where a person has bought the game but will not be able to get a subscription if the subscription is above 15,000? No. So on release day, everyone that owns the game will be able to log in, or at least try to log in. We have server capacity set up to host more than 100,000 players, which is a huge volume for us and our game. And with the game, you have a 3 months of subscription, so you can play the game for a month. And after that month, you will require a subscription active to continue playing. And that's when you visit our website to activate that subscription if you want to continue to play. And yeah, you'll be able to do that. The only thing is that if we see that we're getting 300,000, 400,000 players on release, and we see, okay, our servers cannot take more players, and it just continue getting more and more players, which means a queue gonna be ridiculous. That's when we are communicating with Valve already and saying, okay, we need to pause sales because players cannot play. And obviously players will be upset if they are paying for the game and they can't log in or have to wait for days in queue, So that is one of the plans we have prepared. If it goes out of hand, we have to pause sales, and then when it slows down, we can start them again. And obviously we're working on expanding on the physical land space as well. Are there any plans to support RP communities? So we're supporting a lot of RP and planning to add additional RP elements to the game. During the stress test, we got a lot of strong RP players joining the game and had a blast, and we saw how much joy that gave to everyone. So there's for sure gonna be additional focus next to all the other areas that RP gonna get more content as well over time. There's some cool features in the makings already that's gonna enter the game shortly. That gonna give a lot of more cool tools to RP players for sure. Will wagons automatically move people in real time or warp them? They will be in real time for sure. So you'll be able to get wagons in different sizes and forms, open, closed carrots. You can transport goods or players. How long do you actually need with a horse to get over the complete map? Guys, what do you say when you ride from far east to west? What do you say? How long time does it take on a mount today? I can't say for sure. I'm sure anyone in here have a better feeling for where we are right now in terms of speed. What will I do in this game after 2 weeks if I'm already maxed out? That's when the game starts, you know, your journey starts. So this game is not just about leveling up like in World of Warcraft, you know. In World of Warcraft you run through the story, you level your character, you're maxed, you grind some epic gear, and then you wait on the next expansion, right? So I see your question is kind of, you know, like that. So now when I'm done with my character, what do I do next? But this is the beautiful thing with Mortal Online. A true sandbox game, the adventure starts the day you enter the game. You know, one of the adventures is obviously build your character, shape it, be happy with that style. And another whole big adventure is getting to know the world. What's going on? How can you make a living? What do you enjoy doing in the game? What part of the game world and the features excites you the most or interests you? Do you want to join a group that is into PvP or PvE or exploration or RP players? You know, or do you want to be solo and explore the dangerous world on your own? Do you want to play shady as a thief, a murderer, or do you want to be a noble knight? Do you want to become the best craftsmith in the world? Do you want to become a famous alchemist that have discovered recipes that no one else have? Do you want to be the first to reach the steel age to produce steel? First steel armor in the world, the first augmium armor in the world. You know, build your own home, decorate your home. It's endless, and that's the beauty with Mortal 9. You can find something exciting in new area to go deep into in every single game session you do. And that's what I love with Mortal 9. Every time when I'm watching someone streaming game, there's always something new crazy going on, and I love that experience. And that's a lot what it's all about. You can even be a stripper. That's true. You know, you can let players pay for different services, and you can try to fulfill those services. You know, someone wants something transported from this city to another city. Someone wants a skill book from the jungle. You can do that mission for him. It's endless, and that's the beautiful thing. And you walk around in first person, in VoIP, can talk into people, and it's just amazing. It's a real living world, and there's so much to discover. And there's a journal, you know, you can try to discover it all. There's a lot of titles you can try to discover and unlock. You can fish. You can become a famous fisherman trying to find rare fish types and making a living on that. Or, you know, it's endless. So the journey begins not just with you finishing your character, but when you start looking into those areas that excites you the most. Now I'm very behind again, I see. And yeah, you can participate in some of the largest MMORPG war scales ever witnessed in a fantasy game setting with this level deep detail. We have had the biggest battle we did on stress test were around 400 people, and since then we have optimized the performance even more. It was surprisingly good FPS with that insane amount of people on the screen. Now it's even better performance, and as of late as the latest days, our guys have actually identified one of those warp issues that happened when we had those insane numbers of people on the screen. We have that fixed. Now we can surpass 500 people in a battle. Very exciting, very exciting. Can crafting and other PvE skills get experience? We're looking to expand on Clade XP gains options and tasks that you can do that also gives you XP, Clade XP. So there will be additional options over time. There will be option to mute choosing player VoIP. Yes, for sure. You can choose to disable VoIP or mute individual by looking at them /mute or /name mute. But we also want to, we're going to make it very clear and update our rules. When we go live, there will be no more free card in terms of abusing help chat or VoIP or chat. We will strictly monitor all those communication tools, and there are rules to follow. If you don't follow these rules, you may lose your rights to use VoIP or chat, or eventually lose your rights to play the game if you don't follow these rules. And that is obviously to make sure that we have a common ground to everyone can play and enjoy in without it's getting out of control. So that's going to be a very strong reminder for everyone. When we go live, there are going to be strict rules in place. If you want to keep VoIP function in your game, then follow the rules, or you will lose that rights forever. You can't see 200 people at the same time unless you're on a vantage point. You can bring 500 people in one place and you will see them all, of course. Depends on the distance, nothing else. We have one of the furthest distance in any MMO so far. You can see a player being like 3 pixels tall on the horizon, as long as you're not on the edge of a node line and he passes it, that is. Will there be enchantment weapons with special effects? Yes, enchantment gonna be a profession, and yes, you will be able to see some of those effects. Are there any plans to add more professional like carpenter? Yes, so this is the thing. We have carpentry pretty much done already. There's one part that we didn't have the time to do and we couldn't rush it. But obviously we're gonna take that little step, and then yes, you will be able to craft a lot of furniture using your character skills rather than buying or finding in all cases. There will be obviously ancient old things to discover out in the world that you can bring home and use as rare and collectibles and have as decoration or trade, but you will also be able to craft them with carpentry. Bioorder is the exact same thing. So I need Sebastian on one thing to fix that, but right now he must fix a certain order for us to be, on track on release. So as soon as that order is finished, he will fix the bioorder parts. The thing is, that is a system that is on several areas, and one of those areas is kind of like, this is where Sebastian is the master, right? He just need to hook this up, even though it's quite small task, those tasks adds up. So we need some time, and then they will get that one going, and we will finally have buy orders, and we are prioritizing it. Very excited for that experience. This is a breath of fresh air compared to what is out there. Brushcraft, I fully agree. I'm a hardcore MMO player myself, and I've been waiting for many years to find something that excites me. There is nothing but Mortal Online 2 that excites me, and it's been like that for many years. Quite crazy how there is so little true sandbox games out there, but so many WoW clones. I understand the business want to copy that success story. I understand that part, but we do sandbox best. This is what we have passion for, and I've been playing and knowing for many years. So we have that. Will journal be reset, cleared on release day? Yes, everything will be wiped. Everything. Titles, journal, everything. Is there gonna be a way to write letters to people can read? I'd like to sell hunting licenses on the marketplace, and if people don't have them, we have a confiscate their weapons and take them in. I mean, there's a few things. So in the first game we had actually that you can write notes and books and publish them, and we have a billboard where you can put up, tasks. We have the buy order function that we are finishing as soon as we can. That also allows you to put up some different, orders. So there will be different ways of writing things and put orders up pretty much. Trash hunting, yes, that is planned for as well. I don't have any time frame on that, but we have SOS bottles coming from fishing, and different types of trash maps that can be found in the world, and those will lead to, if you manage to find that location, lead to a place where you can dig up a treasure, and it can be protected by danger as well. Is player corpses disappearing on an optimization decision? It would be cool to see them at least for 5 minutes to see something bad happen. So one of the things is that when you kill someone like that, it becomes a ragdoll physics calculated, and that physics calculation is not done on the server, which means it can get out of sync between the clients. And that means, and that is the reason we don't let you loot on a body as well, because that means one guy could see the body falling down from the cliff, and on your screen he's still up on the cliff, and you both are looting him. What happens? Crazy things like that. So one of the reasons is to eliminate that confusion. We remove it quite fast, and also that is also the reason we put the loot bag separately, because that is synchronized by the server. Everyone knows where that loot bag is and can access it. I would like to add a few seconds on it because it looks cool to see it fly and roll down before it dissolves. So I agree with that. I would like to have the time to add a few seconds on the body. And I'm super behind again. I need to learn to be quicker. Every time I get an email notification, curious me to look at my laptop. I didn't even notice. Sorry, guys. One moment. Can you tell us more about what nation is about? Yeah, so every city, nation, race, clade can choose to participate and align with a nation. You work against or with them, or be neutral. The higher standing with those nations, the better access, better prices, and connections you may get. Obviously, there's a lot of things that we plan to expand on here. We just set the system in place that, okay, we have the nations, the standings, and the different races, how they see on each other, and how much and little they can move in those nation standings. So there's quite a lot of exciting things we want to expand on here in the future using the nations. So one thing is obviously, you're either banned or accepted by a nation depending on your status. And then we plan to allow you to align yourself and guild to one of these nations as a possible military force. If they are in a conflict with another nation, then that kind of means that you are in a direct war against that other nation. And that means it's war without any rules against each other's. And obviously the better you do for your military nation's side, the better ranks and access you get for that nation. And obviously you will make the other nations as your main enemy. So we have quite a lot of plans to expand on nations that lets you to participate in different conflicts if you want to, or you can just be a neutral citizen that doesn't directly participate in a military conflict, for instance. Will people always have access to help? If not, how do we get approved as a helper? So yeah, we are taking the help channel in steps phases. So there was a good value in having some possible veterans signing up for the help access that can always help new players in help chat. And that is something that we want to revisit. So over time, you will lose your help rights as a normal player when you go to Millland. But if there's only all noobs in help channel, then maybe more difficult for them to help each other. That is the value of allowing veterans to actually sign up for that program and have access to helping them out. But one fan with the nation, would you ever be in favor of allowing people to emulate M1 so they can play either on their own with friends or host private servers for it in the future? I feel discipline entirely isn't the right way. It's a tough one, It's just to have that seamless emulate it. It's a big thing, and right now we are 110% focused on Modline 2. So right now we can't focus on anything else, I would say. Can you switch nation in game or only in character creation? No, so that character option you have is that we are planning to maybe give you a small little boost when you choose that, but the important thing is that you have that as so there's a tied to the nation system is we have nation status, nation tattoos, and then we have Clade tattoos. There are two quite different things, and for us to unlock both of them, so you can start with one of those options. You can choose one of the nations in the character creation, which allows you to get one of those tattoos, because that system is prepared for everything that goes next when the game is live. There's going to be professions where you can find like a recipe, how to learn how to make this tattoo, how to make this beard and hairstyle, and you as a player can offer them to other players. And that is why we are starting with a limiting set. We don't want everything to be in the character creation. We want you to be able to evolve, change your hairstyle, gaining scars and tattoos over time depending on your status and what you discover. So that's a deep progression over time and rare things over time as well. And for you to be allowed to use any of the nation tattoos, because there are different rules for different nations. For instance, the Dynamic Empire have the caste system, as you may have read on our lore section. So that means that it's very important how you can gain those castes, because they will mean different things, and you will require a high caste to get some of those caste symbols printed on your body and fulfill those requirements. You can't just go up and say, I want this caste. No, you need to meet the requirements. So that is tied to that system that unlocks the start of it. You can choose any of those nation tattoos if you like from the beginning, because any clade can be aligned to a nation. You apply alliances towards them, and then obviously after in game you will also be able to rearrange that alliance and change it depending on your player progression. The best chat channel for different languages, English, Dutch, French, etc. I'm not sure if we will and need it. You know, we have to see, I guess. We plan to expand on the chat options. You can better control how you want to change the appearance and filters and options. And you know, we support all countries in the world. We want to allow any player to play the game. We're planning to translate it to all languages over time. And obviously the players should be able to talk to each other on their native language. And if that means things are getting crowded and too messy, then maybe that not be an option on Haven if that's the case. We have to see how it progresses. When Havens will be at release, over 350 Havens. So we are looking to cover over 100,000 players that can join in. For the weapons, are there plans to create staves for the mages? There is a magic school called Staff Magic, and as you can guess, that is what that is. How does the name reservation work? So Sebastian wrote that system quite a while ago. The mail was sent out, and you could reserve your name. And right now, I don't know how that is handled. He have it covered, but I'm not up to date on exactly how. Obviously, we need to make this clear, right, and post it so everyone knows. You're going to have 350 GMs on? Not 350, no. But yes, we are hiring and expanding on GM staff as well. We're expanding everywhere, pretty much, to be able to cover as much as we can. And, you know, depending on how that looks, we may have to expand more depending on what we need. Yeah, we decided not to go for muskets and cannons in Mortal Online 2, actually. We weren't that fond of it, that style. Jon Snow! You guys have spent over 10 years of perfecting Mortal and its system with big ups and even bigger downs. Now is the time you guys get the recognition you deserve. Let's go, Starbolt. Thank you, thank you. I assume you have been with us for quite a while. And yeah, for sure, it's been insane ups and downs with the first game. We pretty much went into every single problem that is possible. And somehow, miraculously, we managed to survive and get us here today and get a exciting second chance with Mortal Kombat 2. And obviously make use of that experience and knowledge. And yeah, we got really good support from a solid player base from the first game that had been with us for so many years. Obviously not big enough to, you know, expand and move forward because of the game being so limited that new players simply couldn't get into it. So obviously that it was one of the biggest thing we needed to address in Mortal Kombat 2, make sure it's stable, have the core pillar in place, and new players can get into the game. And that is exactly what we are seeing happening since pretty much since stress test, which is awesome to see. Thank God you didn't go with muskets and cannons. Yeah, I guess again it's a preference and style, right? But yeah, it didn't fit us, our universe. We wanted this true Lord of the Ring, Game of Thrones. I guess they have some powder in Game of Thrones, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, we decided that kind of evolution step didn't really belong in Immortal Line. How about quickfire? I mean, there will be siege mechanics and defending mechanics, you know, burning hot oil, traps, crazy things like that for sure. But yeah, pure cannons and gunpowders is nothing I planned for. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Oh, this build look solid, guys. Shit, are you seeing what I'm seeing? You're all right. Yeah. I have quite a delay on the stream. All right, let's see. So as you can see here, the control of our face is insane. It's quite insane. Let's go crazy. So I haven't been playing around with this much myself. Actually, I've been way too flooded with different things. So this is actually what, like third time when I'm playing with it on this build, where it's actually, you know, as it should be. So as you can see, it's quite straightforward. Centerpiece is like you know, the base model we sculpt when we built all the different races. So you can always reset and go back to the centerpiece, and then you can go crazy, right? So we have X and Y, and you can see from the side a bit what happens here, right? Out and inwards in the face, up and down, face width. Same thing here on depending on up or down, so you can get quite distinct different shapes on your head, as you can see. Eyebrows, eye placements, eye shape, cheekbones, ear shape, nose placement, nose width, nose shape, nose ridge, mouth placement, mouth shape, chin placement, chin shape. And here you'll have an additional little tweaker on the mouth shape, like up and down tilt on these as well. So there's secondary options on quite a few, as you can see. And here you can play around, go quite crazy. This is advanced as fuck. We try to set the extremes to be obviously so we don't break the models or go totally crazy. Let's do some randomize indeed. Let's see what we get. So as you can see, nothing really breaks it, you know, because we don't want the players to run around as, you know, complete broken meshes, but we do want to give as much freedom as possible to make some craziness, right? But it's really cool because all of a sudden it gets so many different looks by just playing around with this. And you can actually, if you're really talented and have an eye for copying things, you can actually make yourself, you know, you can, or try to copy a model and try to capture those treats, which is really cool. You know, small adjustments, if you know what you're doing when trying to copy a visual face, can go very far, which is quite amazing. So if you have some talent in that, you will be able to do crazy stuff, or even look like whoever you want to. Really cool. Yeah, let's try another race, and I'm gonna show you also what happens, because there's so much happens when you have beard and such, that adds a whole new level of yeah, let's try the Högar as an example. Let's put some bear on, so I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about. Let's take a big one. And then let's do some customization here. Pretty cool, I'd say. So yeah, you can see how everything obviously is attached in a way where it looks so much different when you're moving around, when you have facial hair as well, as you can see. Really cool. I like it. See, if we put all in the corner, let's see. What? This looks almost like a demon. Yeah, it's really cool. Look at this beast. Like Hellboy. Yeah, it's crazy how different you can make them now with the different tweaks. Yeah, really cool. It's gonna be nice to see everyone look different, you know, obviously depending if you are going at this or not. Okay, we can try Thorsa as well then. Look at him. He even kept the, how cool is this? He kept the from my previous customization. Gonna put on this one. How cool is this? Looks like a completely new race. Feels fresh, you know. We've seen all the classic races for all this long time, and now, bam, new faces. Really cool. I would like to suggest a Henrik face preset. Make him bulging and then change face. Bulging. Yeah, the face doesn't change that much with... You don't have the fat in the face, but you can at least match your body in a different way. Grand Henrik face. Yeah, as you can see, you can play around quite a lot here and make something really cool. This is the gremlin eye. Look at this little here. Zip, zip. Look at the brute I made, guys. A completely new brute. How can we make him look even more brutish? With the chin out and wide. Now I'm even more brutish. Pretty cool, pretty cool. So this is when we finally can look different from each other's. The face customization is better than I imagined it would be. Yeah, I'm really impressed and super happy. I would say that my bar for this, or what I would say, was I didn't expect that we would be able to get this amount of detail. You know, there's a lot of cost and heavy system involved in this and how to make it happen, and not only that, there's a lot of hard work to make this look good. I mean, just throwing this in, it will look like a complete mess. But as you can see, even though I'm trying to get to extreme values to make him look like a crazy brute, it looks awesome, right? It looks really awesome. So the cooperation between the artists and the coders to build this system have been really impressive. And also, again, you know, obviously we need to make sure that performance is always king. So yeah, I'm really impressed by what they managed to do as the final result and have this amount of level detail available for everyone. We get more voices as well. So we're working on finalizing all the voices that we're missing, so you know everyone can have these strong, fierce screams, etc. Because that's also gonna add a lot of nice emotions or experience on the field when you hear more violence and screams, right? So we work on expanding on that, and you know maybe we are able to even eventually allow you to actually pick a voice type. It's quite a lot of work, you know. Again, you know, we don't have dedicated a team of that produces stuff like that. So, but that is something we want to expand on as well. You know, add more and more immersive sounds and effects. Expand on that, and you know, make sure that everyone have awesome voice options eventually. Have at 'em, boys. 1 second. I spent all my time in creation. Other helmets that let you show your face. There are some helmets that are more open than others, yes. We have, what is it, the Tinramic helmet is like quite open like this. You can see from the eyes and the beard down here. So yeah, there are some open and some quite closed. And there will be some more helmets for sure over time as well. Female Vila next. Okay, let's try a female as well. Oh my god, look at this brute female. Oh my god. Quite nice, no, right? Let's go to the opposite, like an alien head this time. Shrek. Almost like an fairy. This is awesome, guys. The witch fairy. Mike the bald. Oh. Okay, there was a little skin stretch there, but not too bad. Look at this beauty. Idiots love it. Look at this beauty. Oh my god. I can't wait to see Sitting at the tavern, everyone's sitting there looking at each other like this, using VoIP and FOIP. Oh my god, I can't wait, guys. Imagine using FOIP with this, so your face expression is actually being recorded when you talk with people. It's gonna be insane, guys. That's the next gen shit right here. Another beauty. These looks can kill. Yeah, look at this. I mean, from here it looks like a little fair or something, but doing this, seeing the forehead and the chin moving out, that's what makes it, right? Let's make her rounded. And now she got angry as fuck. Yeah, this is really cool. Yeah, you can imagine those that really are into making a unique or specific look. You're gonna be able to play around here for quite a while, no doubt. Shiva, please. All right, let's try. Oh my god! Look at the beauty. Look at this beauty. Let's do some randomize. Ooh. Looks quite interesting. Looks like how did they look? The strange small magical people in Game of Thrones. I don't know why I got a little. Really cool. Hobbits. Another one. Yeah. Can't wait to see what kind of faces we're running around on release day. It's gonna be really cool to see people's creation. Okay, let's try the, what did we say? Human. Let's do human as well. Let's. Which one do we want? Look at this, crazy with the eyes. Let's try this one. Is this an alien or what? Holy cow! Holy cow! Looks, feels like a whole new game. Like, it's like I recognize the race, but who the hell is this? It's a new character, right? Crazy. Crazy. it's scary. It kind of, it's realistic at the same time as it's getting these crazy shapes that makes it, I don't know, it feels scary somehow, right? It's like I don't know how to explain it, but it looks like there's a realism at the same time as it goes crazy in a very interesting way, right? You see what I mean? Oh my god. Look at this beauty. Look at this beauty. I love it. This is my colored female. It's the eyes. Look at this beauty. Fucking fish. Yeah, a little fish. Yeah, a little fish. Give it here. So cute. Very, very specific look. Let's do give it some here. Oh. It's a hag. Oh. What do you think, guys? What do you think? What do you think? I don't like. Come on, man. You don't like? It's amazing creation. I love it. I love it. I love it. Almost a green touch. Do you like it, guys? Do you like it? I love it. I love it. Look at this. Come on. Come on. Don't like it. Love it. Are we happy, guys? Are we happy? Some edging would be cool. Yeah, we don't have edging. It doesn't affect, currently at least. We will most likely have it, but not now. But yeah, I'm really happy with the face customization system. Look at this beauty. Look at her. Oh my god. Looks almost like an alien, but sensual at the same time, right? Look at her. It's freaking cool. Freaking cool. I love it. I love it. Quite beauty, right? Quite a beauty. Make New World system look like dog shit. I mean, it's a different type of level, I would say, in terms of realism and visuals. But yeah, I'm super proud. The team killed it. I didn't expect it to be this deep. I was thinking, oh, okay, we're gonna have some options, but they killed it. They killed it. Holy shit! Doesn't matter what I do. Every randomize looks interesting and a little bit horrific. Holy shit! She's hot at the same time as scary or ugly. I don't know. This is gonna be cool. It's gonna be difficult to make the appearance here, right? Oh my god, this is... Recognize someone. Yeah, this is really cool. I'm super happy with it. Looks so freaking cool. Let's try Vila as well then.
Oh my god, another one.
Another one.
Give her some... This is a hot hair style. Or this one. Oh, this is beautiful. I like this one. I like this one.
Oh my god, another one.
Another one.
Another one.
Holy shit. This looks insane, guys. Holy shit. Have you seen something as beautiful and spectacular in your whole life? In a MMO? I have not. Holy shit, it looks good. Holy shit, you can also look quite scary. I agree for once. Yeah. so freaking cool. I love it.
Oh my god.
Spectacular. Spectacular. It's really cool with that dark eyes, black eyes. Freaking cool. Freaking cool. I'm hooked, guys. I'm hooked. Holy shit. Every randomize looks freaking spectacular in some way. Holy shit. Some reminds me of actors. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes some of those treats that you recognize in actors pops out. And then you have some ogres in some, but at the same time pretty hot, right? Looks really nice, really nice.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Another one.
Another one. Mender Melt, thank you for the subscription. Will this stream be available to rewatch it? Gonna send it over to a few friends. They need to see this. Yes, this will be put on the website and we will try to highlight as well so you can jump to the spectacular steps rather than listening on it all, because yeah, it's been a long run now. So yeah, you will be able to rewatch it. So freaking cool. I love it. Yeah, I'm really happy and proud. Look how freaking beautiful you can make them. Look so believable at the same time. And you can make them look so unique. Just smallest adjustment and it looks freaking different. I really like it. Let's I wanna see look at this. I wanna see let's try the Blaine. Try to make yourself, holy shit. It's gonna be tricky. It's gonna be tricky. You need some talent, right? To find those treats that you're looking for, I guess. Crazy, crazy. I wanted to try. Did I do the human female? I didn't, right? I did one. Let's wait. I wanted to try this one. Let's.
Oh my god. Another one. Another one.
Where's Iris? It depends on the race. Some races doesn't have a visual iris. And thanks for the subscription. Let's see. Freaking cool. It feels like a whole new game when you see this going on. It's really cool. Freaking cool. I love it.
Oh my god. Another one. Another one. Oh my god. Another one.
Another one. How cool is this, guys? Oh my god.
Oh my god. Another one. Another one.
Oh
Oh my god. Another one.
Cool. Thank you for the
Another
subscription. And wow, gee whiz. Thank you for the subscription. Yeah, this is really cool, guys. I'm really happy and excited to see this finally being finished and killing it.
Oh my god,
Gonna be
another
cool to
one.
see
Another one.
all different
Oh my god, another one. Another
all the
one.
creations. Mud crap with the gift. Thank you, man. Is there anyone else you want to see before we eventually wrap it up? Oh, can you imagine Unreal 5? Yeah, yep. Gonna be cool. Make yourself. How do I make myself? What race do we start on then?
Another one.
A Tinramin. Should we try the Tinramin? Okay, what here do I have, guys? Is it this? Is it this? I'm a little too short now, but and quite dark. We don't go as dark currently. Actually, this is the darkest we can do. We need to be a little darker than this, right? But no. Darken here and done. Yeah, sadly it doesn't get darker than this. This is difficult, guys. Try to copy something. Gonna require a lot of careful planning to get those key elements, I guess. There's a little resemblance, I guess. A little bit. Done. Similar. Aware of the thinner body tattoo is extremely pornographic? No, we always research and do specific lore-bound tattoos very carefully with mats, and trust me, they investigate a lot. So if it happens that a pornographic artist or whatever, or using something similar, then I guess tough luck. But yeah. Okay, what do you say? What? An Hurgar or what? What did we want to see? Try Ogmi or more realistic to you. Hurgar. Let's try one Hurgar. Okay. Yeah, let's make a crazy I want the metal one. This I think this one is sick. I really like this one with the imprinted metal. What do you think, guys? I really like metal imprinting. Sick. It's sick. Oh. Oh, what I'm doing. Metal. Automatic title gold or an augment in lore? I don't remember if it's gold or augment actually. I have to ask Mats. It's a good question. It is Tilk from Stargate. Wonder Urgar, indeed. Let's see what we can do with this one. And, yeah, it looks really sick. Holy shit, it looks sick. I think it just looks insanely cool. Really cool. I love it. Let's jump in here. See, holy shit, it looks cool. I've never seen anything cool. I have to admit that. I'm biased, but holy shit, I've never seen anything this cool. And this is a large-scale MMO with, you know, you can have 100 of these on the screen. You can make, what is it called now in the Avengers? The bad guy. What the hell is his name again? What is his name, guys? You know who I'm talking about? Thanos, exactly.
Oh my god.
I guess someone can make a
Another one.
Thanos look-alike now. That would be pretty cool, right? This is cool. You see the whole shape on the head, and the beard gets even thicker. This is really cool. Can I get that beard on my blame, please? We will see. You know, like I said, there will be a lot of additions, both tattoos, beards, hairstyles, to discover and offer. This is freaking cool. It's like a whole new freaking game just to design your character. We need a thick nose, and we want to a real dwarven look. I'm geeking out. Me too. I have to say it's very addictive. I can imagine those that are, you know, enjoying spending time on their creation. You can get quite addicted. I have to say, because I'm hooked. This is my creation, guys. This is my Huragar. Your in-game character better look like you. Could try my best, I guess. Gonna spend the first 6 hours just making my character. Body customization next, so we can make my character have a dump truck. No, so this is the whole character customization. Everything you can change except, you know, the part that I say gonna be in the game over time. More tattoos and beard and hairstyles. That's gonna be your profession, and you know it can evolve and be expanded on over a long period of time, over you know years. So eventually gonna have insane amount of different options over time, I would imagine. And also it's gonna be cool because you have to have the proper requirements and ranks to get a few of those really badass stuff. So you know there's some work involved as well, and obviously you need to find them as well. So really cool. Badass. What's the projected player count? Say 3 months post launch. You know, you can only speculate, right? What gives us a very strong and exciting indication is how things have been progressing and the feedback, how that have been from the majority of players since the stress test, which was, you know, a whole new experience compared to what it is today. Having that good threshold already at the stress test, the first stress test, having that positivity and, you know, interest in the game already there, and then obviously just growing from there up till today is giving us a very strong indication that this game will be, you know, it can be very large for sure. You know, the numbers we have now, we wouldn't have guessed those numbers, you know, a year ago. And that is, of course, very exciting for us. 1 second. One second. Yeah. Sorry about that, guys. Got a delivery. Not wife aggro. She's asleep. She's asleep. I got a food delivery. It's always someone sending me food when I'm doing these late night streams, and I'm very grateful. Thank you very much for the food delivery, and it's always perfect in time for when I'm getting hungry. What did you get today? I got a Sibylla. I don't know what's in it actually. Let's take a look. Oh, got a burger. Sibylla. I guess we only have that in Sweden, right? Sibylla. I think so. Yeah. Awesome. Yep, Möllevångstorget. We got it. The Sibylla burger. Thank you. Switch to female villa. Okay. Let's take a look on we want the female villa. Let's see what we can make it look interesting. We need some here. We need some customization. Yeah, it's really cool. Nudity on. I'm not fully up to date with the Twitch rules, guys. When it comes to frontal nudity like this, and I don't know actually about rules. Are they gonna allow it? You're fine. Don't risk it. Yeah, I'm actually not up to date to it, so I don't know. Look at this hot chick, guys. Do you dig it? Do you dig it? She got grumpy. You set your account to 18 plus. Have I done that? I don't even know. Maybe I haven't. Looks good, right? Yeah, you can do some really cool creations with this system, no doubt. It's gonna be cool to see what you guys come up with. You want those thick lips, perhaps? A little up or down? Look at her. Beauty. Beauty that she is. Every single option gives her such a different distinct look. Will you let Tencent buy your company? I mean, everything is moving along on a very exciting direction, right? He eats after the question. And, you know, obviously our dream have to be to deliver this exciting, quite unique MMORPG. Very passionate about this project, obviously. Obviously, I care extremely, very much about this game and project. Many years have been spent into it, and I wanna make sure, you know, that if the game speaks for itself, it's obviously one of the big important components here. If you guys like the game and a lot of people join in and like the game, that means we will get the resources we need to grow and continue expand it and just make it even better over time. So obviously, if that happens, then you know, we should have a very exciting future for the game. And you know, I have obviously high passion for working with it. There's so many features to come as well. You know, we have several years that we have a lot of cool stuff to do. And you know, if, if there's an interesting in in buying the game, you know, there's obviously a lot of important requirements that needs to be met for the game's future. You know, me and the team, how we want to work and continue in the future. There's important requirements, right? You don't have water to wash it down? I do got some juice, but I have a strange tendency that have stuck with me since I was a kid, and that is when I eat, I have a tendency to eat a little bit too fast, and I rarely drink while I eat until I've eaten, which is maybe a little bit odd. I think this game is coming out at a perfect time. Need a good game so bad. Yeah, you know, there's no doubt that we are in a good timing, a good time to get a lot of attention, I think, from MMO players, especially now since we, you know, New World woke up a lot of MMO players again, you know, kicked up the interest, which is awesome. And now we're taking over. It's a healthy habit, is it? Not eating too fast though. When I'm eating with my girlfriend, if we have bought a pizza or something, when she's on her first slice, I've already eaten my whole pizza. She's just think I'm crazy. Love the confidence. Obviously, we need to have, you know, believe in our hard work, but of course, we know that obviously the game needs to speak for itself. It doesn't matter what we say, right? And I better hope 50k don't show up. I hope 100k show up. Because that's what we're prepared for and have hardware for. But yeah, much more than that, then we need to start being careful. Yeah, Jeff Bezos doesn't do New World Twitch streams while eating burgers. I think I can. I think you're right. Maybe this is a little bit out of the ordinary, right? Not the traditional way of how to make a MMO. I may not be the traditional CEO, but you know, we do things how we think we can do them as best as we can. And after all, we have the 15 years of experience in doing it one way. Now we're doing it the second way, second time. And so far it seems like we're doing things much better this time around. What caused the problems with Haven crashes on pre-wipe day? Yeah, so we have a huge farm of servers now to handle over 100,000 players. And that you know, is a obviously these servers are in a server hall. So everything have to be set up and remote in a proper way. And obviously we can't just connect to one computer, sit there and do everything, and then the other one and other one. So we set up a quite complex system to monitor and run all the different commands and start things and all that. And since it was the first time when we got all those services delivered, setting that up, you know, that was the first time. So we had to obviously test run things and then, you know, run it live to see how things were performing and if everything was correct set up. And yeah, there was a few mistakes as you experienced that Sebastian fixed quite quickly, and some of the missing pieces the day after. And right now we're looking good. Back on track on stability with the server setup, but in the new setup and a lot more hardware to distribute the load. So I hope you don't mind that I eat during the stream today. We'd like to all be the next even line. So I mean, obviously we've set up our target numbers, right? Obviously we want to move up on that ladder, and yeah, I love these streams. It's so chill. Yeah, thank you. I'm happy you guys enjoy them, and bear with me, even though I'm like I said, still not a pro streamer. But yeah, I enjoy them as well. It's always nice to hang out with you guys, have a direct contact, and have a nice time. Not late for the release, right? Already booked time of work. So far, we are on track, so it looks very promising now when we're this close, you know. Things are, you know, server setup, all that is in place. Now we're just going through the checklist, you know. There's several steps that needs to be in order. Yeah, if 50k would run into Milan, then that will be quite crowded for the clients, I would say. More so than the server, actually, now when we have the distributed load. So we got a new peak high, even though it's not insane numbers. We have like 1% load average on that part, and now it's even more powerful. So the servers are really chilling so far. You know, the Haven crash was very specific, and it was not due to amount of players. It was due to a wrong setup. And as I also mentioned before, which is very exciting, the warp that we identified on 400 players running around having a fight, that warp was an issue that we identified as well. Now that is fixed. So it's going to be exciting. Going to be exciting to see when the server is going to start sweating for real. So we're looking at a normal World of Warcraft subscription, a monthly subscription, 14 something US dollar a month. Yes, we are scheduled on 25th. Guys, again, I need to remind everyone that arrived late to today's stream. On Monday, 24th, we're all gonna be here streaming. Do I don't know, I think it was 150 grams, normal size. 24th, we're gonna do a pre-release stream session, and that's gonna be out of the ordinary. Wipe your lips, yes. So we're gonna do giveaways. On game giveaways and GeForce Now giveaways. NVIDIA is also participating with giveaways in the stream on Monday, yes. I haven't set the exact time yet, but I think it will be a similar time as we do on the Thursdays, because that is usually a good you know, average going from Europe to North America time zones. We're gonna give away a gaming computer. I'm trying to push NVIDIA to give us 30 series cards and other gaming hardware. So it's going to be exciting. So all you need to do is show up here in time and be active to participate in those giveaways. And I'm going to see if I can invite some MO gamers, streamers that may join in so we can have some interesting discussions and yeah, have a nice evening together. Preparing for the big day. Will it be possible to model your character in advance? No. Needs to be when the server is up and running. What time is release planned for? So on our website we have a timer countdown. That is our estimate and goal for when the server is starting. So we're trying our best to be as close as we can to that going to 0. Admire the decision to these projects. Thank you, thank you. Will the buses loot be shuffled for release? There's some tweaks on the loot for release, but a lot of what we have is remaining as it is as well. Game down now. No, the live is running. It's just that this is our in-house build that I'm playing around with just to show the final face customization system. What the hell? Is there, what the? Is there another boil? What the hell? What is this? Look at this. That's a new one. Another one. Interesting, interesting. Bacon and fries and cheese. Yeah. Looks nice. Looks nice. I feel spoiled tonight. I was preparing to go up and eat some boring sandwiches. It's good. It's good. If I buy the game on Steam today, can I still help test? Yes. If you buy the game today, you get instant access to the current beta server. You can play around, test the game, and yep, if you find any bugs, feel free to report them. And you're ready to patching on the 25th. Have a salad instead. Yeah. I try to eat some of that as well on a daily basis. But you know, sometimes it's nice to get something quick junk food, but not too frequently. Usually it's very good on a daily basis. So once a week is fine, right? What level is your cooking? My cooking is not that high actually. I would say I'm maybe a 55, while my girlfriend is I think she's a grandmaster. She does really good food. I'm happy for that. Do the body models change along with the face models? No. The body, there is a body weight slider like this. And then this is only like fat. And then there's a strength stat that kind of defines your muscle definitions. Slow down. Yeah. Is there any other you want to see before? We continue to stream after release. I'm gonna. So far, the plan is to continue to try to do that. Yes. So you know, as long as there's a interest, obviously, we will try to continue. Make the weekly streams. Oh. Look at this beauty. Oh, oh. A gnome. This looks like a dark elf. I want to see tattoos on humans. Yeah, let's see. Try this one. Let's give her some hair. Oh, look at this hair. Freaking beautiful. 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 Green eyes. let's zoom in on the face here. So nation tattoos, we have these trolley things. Now obviously the hair is a little bit on the way. It's thick though. We have the Clade. This is the human Clades. Pretty cool. And how much of the paint you're using here on the tattoo. And let's see what we can do with the face. Pew. Pew. The Hana tattoo looks great. Yeah, yeah. It's really cool. Yeah, I'm really happy. A little scary, right? Sexy and scary at the same time. So the Sargon Nation tattoos. Yep. So Nation tattoo. What? Hmm. Uh, yeah, these are dynamic. Yeah, why does it jiggle so much? It resets the physics when I do this slider. That is why. It's good. But here. So almost thought we were moving up the breast on this one, but no, just a little physics trainer. Shake your boobs, shake, shake, shake. Hey yo. So yeah. I almost missed. How the hell what's the name in English? Shrimp salad. Shrimp salad. Could you create a chubby one to us? Here we go. This is a chubby one. It's a sturdy bottom, as you can see here. Sturdy bottom. It's sturdy, right? So I don't know if this wait, if the strength, yeah, I don't know if this sets them to a little fitness. If this was down to 10, it will be more fatty and less muscle, less muscle on here. I don't know if it, yeah, it does, right? Yeah. So look at the stomach here. when if I have quite a lot of fat now, and if I put on strength, we see how that eats the fats and builds strength instead, right? Kind of defines them. So that is the relation between fat and strength, which is pretty cool. So you see the strength, or the shapeness gets a little bit tighter. So she's strong. She's strong now. 75, as you can see. Yeah, a little definition here. Not as much when you don't have much to play around with, but yeah. Sarkana was once known as Psy Fighters. As you can see on their Psy from Tinram, for instance, to Sarika, this goes up to 102. So do I 90? Correct, 98. Colors 98. So if you want to be as resistance or psi heavy as possible, Sarikhan is an option. Yeah. Int. So 98. 100. So the Sudanese gets more intelligence. 88. 96. Color at least. So Sidoyan, the Sarika, gives int and the other one in psych. But yeah, those are taking from each other's pretty much. Look at this beauty. Look at her. I never even heard of this game and stumbled on the stream. I'm interested as hell now. Is it out? Is this out? No, but we are extremely close. So 25th, next week, that is the release. If you go to the website, mortalline2.com, there's a countdown. That is the estimated time when it's going live. And yeah, if you're interested in a true sandbox MMORPG that requires your brain to really work, then this could be a very interesting game for you. What is the max amount of players that can be online at once? We don't have a hard cap. That is the thing. So we have multiple servers, hardware that is distributing the loading data for the players. So kind of EVE Online, a one world solution with obviously a lot of servers distributing the load. We have built something similar to that. So during the beta stress test, we have used that data to kind of use that how to distribute the load and how to build the server. And we quite recently got the server, which was a little bit stressful because there was a huge shortage worldwide in getting that much hardware in time. So, and it got delayed quite a bit. So we were a little stressed that it could be affecting our release. But we just got it in place. It's up and running, and yeah, we're ready for the next step. As a max players per node era. So that's the same thing. There's no hard cap, but what we use is that there's a function on that all the different specific services on the server that shows everything is milliseconds pretty much, and that shows the response, how quickly operations are being ticked pretty much. And we have during the stress test measured what kind of ticks becomes unplayable, or how does it affect players in different ways. And that is kind of the threshold. So if one location reaches a certain load, translated to, that is when we know that, okay, this area is can be affected slowly. So that means then we have a few options there. We can simply split that area up. Again, a little bit like if you played EVE Online. In that game you could pre-schedule that there's going to be a huge war, we need more resources, and CCP deploy more hardware in those areas. And that is something similar we can do. If we see that, okay, the Tinram area, for instance, is insane and the load is getting out of control, that means we can split that up in additional server hardware loading those areas. So again, there's no hard cap. It's more like a configuration that we need to have in line with the player load distributed on Milan, pretty much. Dream load bad with 3 people. Yeah, so that is what you're talking about, is client performance, right? FPS. That is quite different from server load. And there are some areas in the world that are less optimized than other areas. Tinram is average. It's not the best performance optimized wise. So yeah, there's some better than others for sure. and it's a progress. We have done several optimization steps in many of our patches, but yeah, there's still room for squeezing even more juice out of some areas for sure. So yeah, when we built this setup, how we did, put out the distribution of load, we wanted to make sure that we can accept a good amount of players for our game, and so that means we have put up server farm for a bit above 100,000 players, and that is quite a lot of players for us. Our first continent is 400 square kilometers large, which means we can't physically have 100,000 players on that continent at the same time because the physical space will be too small pretty much. But when you start playing Mortal 9, you start on Haven, which is the tutorial islands, and we have many of those. That is the only place where we can have instances, because when you leave and enter the real game, Nave, then there's no instances or loading at all. But this is good for us because it means that we can offload all players on these initial instances first, because that is the initial rush that is insane when everyone is clicking the button at the same second. So we distribute them all over a huge farm of havens, and then over time people are, when they're finished with Haven, they're making their way into Midland, and that is a good offload step for us initially. Is there anything else you want to see? Any other build you would like to see? There'll be more variation of armor pieces and maybe homes and furniture. Yes, for sure. I mean, we have a lot of different types of Clade-inspired armor pieces and house styles, and yes, tons of furniture. We just added a small pack for now, and we're gonna expand more and more over time. Can you change face in game? No, you can't change your face in game. You can change your age, height, body type, all skills and stats, but so the important selection you have when you create your character is obviously you need to be happy with your face customization. Tattoos, hairs, and all that you're going to be able to change over time when we have the professions for allowing that. But your Clade, this here, your bloodline, you need to investigate and spend some time on seeing what kind of style you want to play, which one is most suitable for me, because they changed the stats here. That is kind of like a general indication of what you can do better or worse, or some mixed. So yeah, you need to spend some time on reading up on, or consider all these different races. And yes, this phase here you need to obviously be happy with, because we don't plan, at least, again, we want to make sure that when you build your character, it's your reputation, it matters in the game, it's how you look, and it's your name. You can't change that, because then you're bypassing the whole reputation system as well. Yes, this is the final build I'm looking at here. So on release, you will be able to build your character like this. Nation choice at character creation, can that be changed later? So you can't go wrong by um, choosing um, the nation Clade in the character creation here. So that gives you more a starting bonus, and it also tied to this here. The types of decoration you're choosing. So nation is dependent on nacing. There are starting a few basic nation that everyone are allowed, but then you need to go up in rank and earn other types of nations motifs. And then you have the clay that are specific for in that clay they can offer those types of tattoos, and they all have different ones. Like this one have body type with color. You can see it's even stronger color or lesser color, while for instance the Ogmir are the only one that offer um, a metal imprinting. They are the only race that can survive that kind of imprinting. All the races would die from this procedure. So you will be able to choose from either in color, which is if you or the printing. So no one else, no other race can choose the metal imprinting. So dynamic. Human, junior mean. Yeah. So that's the Clade one, and the nation is this one is pretty cool. Carl Plux. Look at this beauty. So this is new, the face customization. Yeah, Haven Clade XP is reduced. So Sharukan, Sharukan. Clade Nation. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. We see more landmarks in Milan of time. Landmarks. I mean, Milan is finished. What there will be a few more things is some additional expansion on underground and dungeons. But in general, all the the outline, the shape of the continent is finished. The rest is that the player will shape the world with building houses and cities. So here, this is the new system that is, you know, allows you to make a unique looking face. And the control you have here is quite insane. You can make really something unique looking character. Really cool. So we won't be spending too much more time in working with the lightning in the world. We spent months in that to push the limit in Unreal 4. But yes, we're moving over to Unreal 5 quite soon. And that means we need to rework the lightning. So that's where we want to do the final work on the lightning. Do you want to see male? What did you say? Tinremin male? What did we say? Clade is again the human that all they share, and the nation is specifically the Tindermeans. So here I'm gonna start with some options. Adams Sandler. What broker settings Star Wars stocks in USA? Fidelity. Ragnar Lothbrok. I'm gonna make Ragnar Lothbrok for you. We need a Calardian, which is the Ragnar Lothbrok look. We need let's see, obviously this here, right? And the beard, either this or this, right? Or this. I'm eating fries with cheese and bacon. Really good, really good. So I guess the beard, this one, right? And then this is Ragnar Lothbrok. My take on Ragnar. Something funky is going on with the beard, I think. I'm not sure what's going on here. Let's. And then of course you can make Ragnar's brother. Angry one. Maybe you can do a Techno Viking. Let's have a contest who can make the best look-alike of Techno Viking. Rolo, yeah. Really cool system. I like it a lot. This is the baseline. Every single Calardian in the game throughout the whole beta I've been running around exactly like this, face-wise. And now you can really define your look in all these different ways. So, really cool system. What do you think about my Ragnar Lothbrok? So that's the character face customization system that is finally in place. But something funky is going on with the beard here. I'm not sure what's up. But yeah, really happy with that. So yeah, I think that's it, guys. Yeah, time is running. Holy shit, 6 hour again. It's crazy. When I looked at it last time, 3 hours, and then bam, another 3 hours. Unreal 5 won't happen for this game, sorry. No, it will. That is wrong, Sailor Hat. We will move over to Unreal 5 actually soon after release. Sooner than we first anticipated, actually. Because there's a few components we want and need from that engine that we were planning to build on our own, and we actually started on that in Unreal 4. But since Epic Games were doing it at the same time on Unreal 5, we're waiting on that. Shibra Mail. All right, let's do another final Shibra Mail. And do we wanna give him some? This is a nice Okay. Let's do something cool here. Mud or coal? Let's do the Clade. This one. Clade. Cheetah or muddy? Let's go for this one. And let's see what we can do with the face. This is randomization. It's the Black Sith Lord. Yeah, so I guess many of you guys will be busy doing crazy stuff here in the face customization. It's really fun and really cool how you can build your face looking very unique. Can you explain what the shimmer is? It's kind of some of their skin attributes that is unique specifically for the Shibras. You know what kind of you know, the wetness and specific type of skin your Shiba can have, from more matte dry to more wet glancy or whatever you say. Yes, it will be on GeForce Now on release 24th. Every one of you should be here because that is the big pre-stream release day, and we're gonna do giveaways on GeForce Now subscriptions and game giveaways and gaming hardware and all kind of cool giveaways. Greasiness. Why do they have wet skin? They live underground, so I guess they have evolved in different ways compared to their brothers that lives overground, the Vilas. So they're a little different, evolved. Slippery snakes. Yep. All right, guys. I think that this is my cue. It's getting late, and yeah, I'm hitting that 6-hour mark. But yeah, do not forget to be here on Monday because you can win some juicy stuff, and we're gonna have fun. A fun streaming day. So thank you as usual very much for your donations, support, and questions. And can you give me a raid that you guys wanna join, and I will do a little raid. Do you have anyone that you would like to watch? What do you say, guys? Jonah, shall we pass it on to Jonah? Let's do it. Yep. All right. All right, guys. Thank you again so much for joining in. You showing up in these streams will, I will continue making these streams as long as you are interested and in joining up here. It's a pleasure for me and the team, and yeah, it's been a wonderful night. So have a very good night, and I will see you on Monday. Don't forget, we're gonna make posts everywhere so you get a reminder, because you don't want to miss that. It's gonna be good. So have a very good night, and I will see you on Monday. Have a good night.